There we go. Hey guys, we're back with some more Pokemon Violet. It's the usual, as they say. So we're here basically to do the Delphox event raid that's happening. And I'm not making the same mistake as last time where I was like, oh yeah, I'll just skip this week and do the secondary week. Because last time I did that, apparently a bug happened, so that's not happening. So yeah, we're currently going to be doing this Delphox raid. I think it'll show up right now. This one here. So it's going to be a fairy type Delphox. But also, I guess we're also hatching Rowlet eggs, which I think I will start with doing first, since it is still quite early. And we can also get some other people to join, perhaps, with the raids a bit later on. Plus, we have a lot of eggs to get through. So hopefully we can get ourselves a Rowlet. Oh goodness, it's good to hear the Fidos all barking. Excuse me, gotta spawn you out of existence real quick. So I realize I gotta eat a sandwich to get that egg boost, so we can hatch these eggs as fast as possible. Been having I haven't played this game for a little while, I must admit. I do want to get back into it, but mostly to go grind a lot of Herba Mystica, because I do want to do some shiny hunting in this game for some mons that I'm not able to catch in other games, because I'm currently still playing through my Pokemon Platinum with its cute charm glitch activated. And there are some Pokemon I can't catch in that game, which either fall into the category of they're genderless, or they're not available, or they are basically, I think, either 100% male or 100% female, because the glitch doesn't work on those type of mons. So things like Chansey, Slime, Miltank, and such like that. Alrighty. Off we go with some egg hatching. But yeah, it's kind of crazy how many shinies I've picked up with that cute charm effect in play. And it's been making me think like, oh, I guess a shiny dex could be possible, question mark? But that's a very, very long goal. I'm not going to make it like an immediate thing, just to chip away at it sort of goal. But I've been trying to get my Platinum game at least to post-game, so I can get like a lot of the National Dex mons too. Because there's a lot of mons that are like locked to National Dex and whatnot. And there's also like an interesting thing that I think Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum had, which was the GBA insertion, which was a really cool gimmick. So I guess for those who are a little unfamiliar with that sort of thing, basically because the original like DS and the DS Lite had a GBA slot, which you could play those games, you could put them into your DS while you were playing Platinum. This is only post-game though, and in certain routes, certain Pokemon would show up, which was kind of cool. Hello, Worm. I'm here for my favorite starter. Is that the Delphox? But it's also I love you too, Sceptile. Sceptile's a good starter. I think all the Hoenn starters are great. Really love Delphox. Nice. It was kind of weird with Delphox for me. I do like Delphox, but the funny thing was that I wanted to get both X and Y at some point. So what I did was I chose not to use Delphox in my first playthrough. So I was like, oh, I want to use Delphox when I Nuzlocke this game, which I did for Pokemon Y, because that was just the preference I had. And I was like, alright, I guess I should choose one of the other starters for my regular playthrough. And I was like, I'll just take Froakie. This was before like I knew like what any of the starters like evolved into or anything like that. I had no clue what they evolved into. I went in mostly blind with X and Y. And yeah, I mean, then Froakie evolves into Greninja, and everyone was like, oh my god, Greninja. And after that, you know the story about Greninja. I mean, he is a cool looking mon. He's got that origami feel to him with his ears. Ears? I guess frogs don't really have outward ears, but the little thingy, sharp parts on his head, got that origami feel to them, so it's pretty cool. And you know, people like ninjas, so... Yeah, we're going to be doing the Delphox raid a little bit after we do some egg hatching. Trying again for that shiny Rowlet. And put the counter up before I forget. But yeah, I've been catching a bunch of shinies over in Platinum. And it's been rough at times because as much as the glitch does allow you to get shinies more frequently, it doesn't mean that the encounters are more frequent. So I've been struggling to get like some of the newer and the more rarer encounters as shinies because one, they have to like for the glitch to work to get a shiny, one, the Pokemon has to be female, affected by a cute charm, and then it has to have a certain nature. So like adding whatever rate that a Pokemon shows up, basically it makes it a lot harder for certain ones to show up as shinies. And also if the game likes me or not, because I spent way too much time in the Safari Zone right now. It hurts, the Safari Zone. I've been trying to get myself a shiny Tangler, and I've seen 6 shiny Tangler, and I've failed every single one of them because they all ran away. And I'm just like, oh my god. It's so painful. And Tangler's got such a great shiny. Like, I don't know if it's just in general, but I think at least in the DS era, like the sprite work, shiny Tangela is so vibrant. It's such a great green shiny. I like Decidueye more than Greninja, to be honest. Yeah, I like Decidueye as well. Decidueye is really cool. I'm a sucker for the bird evolutions, like Torchic and Rowlet. Piplups also up there too. I've never actually shiny hunted. Oh, interesting. Shiny hunting is definitely a commitment, I would say. Like, you have to be committed to, like, understanding, like... Yes, shinies are cool, but you have to at least have in the back of your mind, you have to say to yourself, look, there's a good chance that I won't get the shiny. Like, you can... Some people, like, do those really old games doing the hunts, and it's kind of insane the numbers they get up to. Like, look at the number of eggs we've hatched so far. Just for this Rowlet, and haven't seen it. I think with the, when we did the Wooper hunt in this game, it was around... That was a pretty big number, if I remember rightly. You'll have to check in the vods, in the clips. I did clip it to see what number it was close to. It was pretty insane, the number. I wouldn't want to get tired of a Pokemon. Yeah, so it's a pretty big commitment. And even like when I did the cute charm glitch on my Platinum game, that was a pretty big commitment too. It's worth it for me, at least, because now I can catch unlimited shinies in Platinum. But goodness gracious, actually doing the RNG manipulation took me 3 whole days. The moon crashed by the time I got that exact ID that I wanted. Hey AJ, good to see you. We're just hatching some Rowlet eggs before we start up the raid for the Delphox raid. I believe I looked up a couple of guides to see what was the best option, and it kind of sucks that now, because obviously Pokemon Home is in, a lot of people are like, oh boy, I'm going to get like... We're going to use legendaries to do this. Oh my god! That's the blurriest Rowlet. Give me a sec, let me focus the lens real quick. There we go. The blurriest Rowlet you're ever gonna see. He's too fast. Come on, shiny. Yeah, we're hoping for that shiny. And you get the last 3 scales for Ruby. Ooh, nice. It's kind of funny, I think in my Omega Ruby game at least, one of the first shinies I ended up getting, I think was Love Disc. Because I believe chain fishing still worked in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I think it's X and Y and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire have the chain fishing. I think Sun and Moon might too, but I never did chain fishing in Sun and Moon. I did it in X and Y. I have a handful of shinies that were caught by the chain fishing. Came home pretty quickly. Yeah. It's really nice to see how you were talking about your old game and your old team. And I was like, man, I miss my old team. They're somewhere in like one of my black and white files. They're all scattered around and I can't find them, which is a shame. And the thing is that also, like, I think I caught 2 shiny love discs. They're both in my home file. I'm planning, if anyone wants the second one, they can have it. I only needed one. But, like, they're such a nice shiny too, but man, love disc, you are so useless, but you're such a cute Pokemon. It's so sad. Still cannot thank you guys enough for helping me. No worries, Worm. Like, I can understand, like, having to spend... I spent hours sometimes just looking up information, just hoping to find information on things. So, being there to just quickly help, like, someone else who's doing a certain thing, it's just, you know, courtesy. Gotta help fellow fans with their games. Especially Gen 3. As I am a Gen 3er myself, as they say. I've been broken up for years over it. Yeah, also, I guess Gen 3 wasn't the easiest game to, like, get all the moves and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a good thing that you can finally get your team into a bit more working state, whether or not you choose to, like, send them up or just have them in a better state. One of the things I need to at least get to doing, I think, in my Platinum game is I want to send a Pokemon up that's got all the ribbons. Or, like, because I think Pokemon Home has this thing where, I believe it's like an achievement for the ribbons. And it's a pretty hard one because it's like you need at least 5 Pokemon of each, like, maxed out in certain stats. And I'm like, oh boy. That's gonna take a while. But it's kind of funny because apparently I've already started on that achievement, but it's just like, how's this achievement started? Turned out I ended up, I guess someone gave me a hacked Pokemon that had all the ribbons on it, and the game, Pokemon Home was like, yeah, that seems legit, and they just gave me the achievement, like, tick for 1 of each, and I was like, well, okay. I'd love to send them up, but I think they're okay with the progenitors. Yeah, I sent all my team up from Ruby because, oh god. Camera, keep up with me, please. I sent them up because I wanted to restart my Ruby file, because I was planning on doing a Nuzlocke on Ruby. That was my first Nuzlocke ever, if I remember rightly. I'd never done a Nuzlocke at that point, so I was like, I want to do a Nuzlocke on the game that I've first started playing Pokemon. So, moved everything up and used a Ruby. It was a kind of tough for Nuzlocke, I remember. I think I lost I didn't lose too many Mons because I was super, like, careful about things. Yeah. It was certainly a very interesting experience, and there wasn't... it's heart stoppers, that's for sure. Since I'm fighting against the tide to find some way to do it, like I said. Gen 3 doesn't screw around sometimes. Yeah. Near the end of my journey, I think it was at the Champion, I had to deal with Steven's Metagross, which is obviously a Metagross. And I knew about all the stuff because I researched beforehand, like, what types and stuff. And I'd given my Gyarados Earthquake to literally deal with Steven's Metagross. And Metagross used Hyper Beam. And it nearly killed my Gyarados. My Gyarados lived on 2 HP, which is completely insane. And we basically won with a deathless Elite Four run. Goodness, was it scary. No other person with a 3rd or 4th gen Game Boy or DS or Link cable. Oh, right, because you wanted to send them up, didn't you? You didn't have a means to. Yeah, I'm kind of lucky. I still have my like DSs and DS Lite. Though one of my DS Lites I have, the A button doesn't work, and I'm like, maybe this is the point where I should open it up and like give it a try to clean it and see if I can fix the A button. It's a little personal project. I have a 3DS, yeah, but to trade up from Gen 3, you're going to have something that can put a GBA in, which is a DS. Once you get it into one of the DS games, it doesn't matter if you have a 3DS or a DS. You just need a copy of Black and White after that. So that's what I've been doing with my Platinum game, is that I've been sending the Pokemon up to Black through the Pokey, that little, what is it? There's like a mini game that they had where you'd like get a little bow and arrow and shoot the Pokeballs at the Pokemon and catch them. You just have to use a DS connection via between two DSs. The 3DS has a special DS thing. Black and White prices is ludicrous right now. Yes. Right now, it's incredibly ill-advised to buy any Pokemon games, unfortunately. I was watching a video actually on that, how somebody was talking about how some of the prices are just super ludicrous. And just like insane in the prices. Which is something even I've been thinking about, because like I was talking about with my Platinum game, they had a special thing which was a GBA insertion. So that when you had a certain GBA game into the DS while you're playing Platinum, at least in the post-game, you could get special Pokemon. So for example, if you went into a Turner Forest in Platinum and you had, let's say, Emerald inserted into your DS, you had like I think a 20% chance to find Teddiursa, which is not native to Platinum. So there's a handful of Pokemon that are like that, where they're just sort of locked into the GBA. And that's cool and all, but I don't have Fire Red and Leaf Green. Those are the only two GBA games I don't have, and I'd love to use somebody's those games to get a handful of Pokemon to try and shiny hunt. Even Oras is $50, yikes. Oh, it's actually dropped? I say that very sarcastically, because I mean, I think last time I saw a version of Oras, it was pretty pricey. Yeah, right now the prices are really ludicrous because of like the whole big C incident. And I know, I think some people have said that the best place to go for those, if you do plan to get the games, would be to go around the times of like looking for like on Facebook Facebook Marketplace rather than, let's say, eBay. I have Crystal, but I don't know if it still works. That's another thing too. Like, I think most of them should work if it's good quality, but there's also like the scary thought of like being scammed. Ugh, I don't like the idea of like you pay a lot of money only to find out that your game is fake, because it can work normally, but like then you find out it doesn't like connect to other games. Ugh, that freaks me out. Incredibly old. I can imagine. How old are the GB games? Like even the original Pokemon games, Red and Blue, are probably ancient. But yeah, maybe I have to ask some people on our Discord to see if they have Fire Red and Leaf Green, and I'll be like, oh, can I borrow it once I get to the post game of Platinum? I'll give you some shinies for it. It's not even that many mons that I can get, I don't think. I think it's like just a small handful, but it's still like a couple of mons that I don't have as shinies. It's really pretty though. The Crystal, I think, yeah, doesn't it have like a special case or something like that? Like a glittery case back in the day? When chips used, like little cartridges and chips had like special colors. Like from, I think, what was it? Glittery Blue, yeah. I have, when my dad bought Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, well, especially at least Ocarina of Time, my dad got a special limited edition one, I believe. So it's like gold, a gold N64 cartridge. I believe it wasn't normal for it to be like that, but Majora's Mask it was. Did you just growl at me? Hmm? My dog just made a growl noise, and I'm just like, excuse me. He's been very antsy at me for a little while because it's my dad's birthday today. So I've been making a cake for him, and I wanted to stream today, so I was like, oh boy, I need to get like the cake base done like this morning. So I was rushing around this morning before stream, twacking all sorts of like ingredients together, and he was like, oh, why aren't we going upstairs yet? I want to sleep. Why aren't you streaming it? I want to sleep. And I'm like, no, I'm busy. Let me do this first. He was just wandering around aimlessly, just looking at me, you know, giving me the guilty eyes, like, oh, you know what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be taking me upstairs so I can sleep. He's very fussy. A very fussy old man, he is. My doggo. Has a special shape, has a pitch of Suicune. Yeah. You know, back in the day where, like, the box legendary wasn't the box legendary. There's only like a handful of ones which are like that, isn't it? Like Pikachu, Pokemon Yellow, and Crystal, I think. Everything else has had a box legendary of sorts on it nowadays. Gotta get the special legendary on the front cover. Yellow was your first Pokemon game? Oh, nice. Interesting. Because I think I don't know, because obviously I didn't start Gen 1 or 2. Did Yellow improve on anything that was in, like, Red and Blue? Because, like, let's not kid ourselves. Gen 1 was a mess. Like, a technological mess. So I'm not sure if there was any technical differences between Yellow and, say, Red and Blue. Did I never played Red and Blue? Yeah, I wonder that too. I guess we'll have to ask an expert who knows one day. Another thing I'm considering, at least with Fire Red and Leaf Green, I've been thinking just very vaguely. My mum and I are planning to go visit Japan at some point. And when in the town, I guess it's a town, it's more of a city, I guess. The city of Akihabara, they have like, it's like gaming central. Anime, gaming, all that sort of jazz is all over in that one section. And there's a place I think called Super Potato, and I remember when we went there years ago, they sold really old games, like, you could like find all these pristine versions of like the old games, obviously all in Japanese, but like, oh goodness, my throat went a bit yucky there for a brief moment. I'm wondering maybe I should go buy a Japanese version of those games if they're cheaper, because I don't really need to play them per se. I mean, I could. And Pokemon's not the most complicated game, so I should be able to play it in Japanese. So maybe I should go do that. Had a level 100 Nidoking that my sibling and I raced together. Was unlucky to find Ditto in Victory Road, which copied stats. Oh god. The final boss was yourself all along. But there is some kind of funny thing, I think, related to Ditto over in, what's it, in Pokemon, I think it's Crystal? I don't know if it's Gold and Silver, but, like, I think it's Crystal. How, like, there's this whole glitch you can do. I think you can still do it with, like, the Virtual Console version, but you probably could do it with the original. How, like, if you bred a shiny with another Pokemon, it actually heightened the chance of you getting another shiny. So you could theoretically use the shiny Gyarados you get in the game to breed with other Pokemon to get shiny Pokemon. It was also a big reason why you'd want to find a shiny Ditto in that game, because it actually did affect the chances of getting a shiny. It's a really cool thing to learn about. Like, the odds are, like, really cut down. Obviously, the downside is that you kind of need, like, a different nationality Pokemon to make it really go fast, because egg hatching in that game is brutally slow. But it was like it's very interesting that that sort of exists. Like, you could use shinies to breed shinies. It used to be like I'm pretty sure it used to be like one of those things, like those, what's the word? Rumors? You know, the recess rumors where you'd hear like, oh, if you do this and this, you'll get this sort of thing. I used to believe when I was a kid that if you used a shiny Pokemon to breed in, what was it? In Diamond and Pearl, you could get a higher chance of getting a shiny. And since I'd found 2 shinies in that game by pure accident, I thought I could do something like that, but nah. Or like, if you made a Ditto transform into a shiny Pokemon, it would keep the shininess on the Ditto. Nah. All them rumors. Hey Akane, good to see you. We're just hatching a couple of eggs before we go and start training up our Mon for the Delphox raid, which, from what I've seen, one of the good options is to go for Ceruledge. I mean, I like my boy Ceruledge, so why not? But right now we're just trying to hatch ourselves a shiny Rowlet if possible. The sandwich is going to run out soon, so maybe this will be the last box for now. I've got a couple more boxes to go, so we've got plenty of eggs. I'm soft resetting an Alpha Gardevoir. Interesting. So soft resetting works like that? I thought you had to like leave the area and stuff like that for the... or are you like turning off the game or something like that in terms of soft resetting? Also, good luck with that. Because Alpha Shinies are pretty cool for sure. I know some people really like them Alpha Shinies. I do have a couple myself. And I am, like, sad to inform you, it was when I didn't need those ones. It was like, I wanted a shiny Rowlet, and I haven't been able to find a shiny Rowlet at all over in this game or Legends Arceus. And I'm pretty sure I have full perfect Pokedex entry for Rowlet, just to increase the shiny odds even higher. And I've somehow found, like, the entire Turtwig line shiny instead. When you have a mass outbreak, then not really. Ah, okay. Yeah, the mass outbreaks, like, changed a huge amount for shiny hunting. I need to go back into that game and do some shiny hunting. But currently with my Platinum game, I've been... because Platinum is also, like, a lot of the Sinnoh decks, my Cute Charm game has been picking up a lot of the shinies that I could have found in Legends Arceus. There's only, like, a handful that obviously are in that game exclusively. Obviously the starters and a couple others. Like the fossils and stuff like that. I don't know if I'd ever shiny hunt fossils, to be honest. I'd love to be honest, but I think I have a better chance for, like, going into, like, Sword and Shield for fossils. Because I at least have a shiny charm in Sword and Shield, and you can find the fossils over in the Crown Tundra. Which is kind of nuts that the game nor does the, like, I guess, any of the NPCs in the game casually like, oh yeah, there's just fossil Pokemon wandering around, and you're like, what? Why are they fossils just wandering around? Is there any explanation why this area is just suddenly rich with fossil Pokemon? They're like, nope, not important. And you're just like, okay. If you say so. Like, I'm pretty sure you can find, like, almost every single fossil over in the Gala region alone. Which is kind of weird to think about, but yeah. How many more minutes on me sandwich? 5. Then we can see some slightly different gameplay instead of me just running around in a circle. But I can say confidently that my shiny dex, I guess you could call it, definitely increased quite a bit once I started doing the Cute Charm exploit. It's a shame that that game has cursed me not to get Tangler, because I've run into shiny Tangler so many times, and it just keeps running away from the Safari Zone. The Safari Zone is now such a curse. It's ironic, considering that's where I got my first 2 shinies ever, and now I'm just like, please game, just give me what I want. I haven't even seen Krogunt over there yet, either. I need to get him too. just the monkey paw effect I have on shinies, where I'll get shinies that I don't want over the shinies I do want. Because, like, what was it recently when we were hatching Rowlet eggs? And I was like, oh yeah, I just bred a bunch of, like, Scyther to get the sports ball achievement over in home. And then we hatched a shiny Scyther just casually. And then meanwhile, we're over here on in the 200 mark. Oh, my waifu's in alpha shiny form, so yeah, it's hard. Oh yeah. Sometimes it can be very, like, disheartening to, like, hunt for, like, ages and not find the shiny you want. I mean, that's what happened with me with shiny Latios, which is, I stopped for, like, almost a year or so because I was just so sad that I wasn't able to, like, acquire it despite picking up, like, 4 other shinies. And then I gave up and left and then came back and eventually got it. The hardest would be shiny Alpha Zorua. That is true. Oh. My doggo is acting weird. A little concerned. I might take him downstairs in a moment. Give me a sec, guys. I'll be back. Alright, sorry about that. Just a slight detour. Usually I leave the stream later on the stream, but oh well. Sandwich should be over by now, right? Yeah, we'll make these eggs the last ones. We'll go off and go get ourselves a Ceruledge. The big downside, I think, with us getting this Ceruledge is that it needs to be Steel Terra type. And I don't think I have many Steel Terra shards. Let me take a look. Yeah, that's unfortunate. My other option is to use, like, other Pokemon. I know some person's like, oh, use what was it? Use Heatran or something like that. I'm like, that's cool. I don't have Heatran though. By the way, if I could ask, what is your Switch friend code? Oh yeah, I can show you that in a moment. Give me 1 sec to, like, finish up on these eggs, and I'll open up and see if I can find it. We also just quickly boot that bot. Whoop. Yeah. I've been using a website for, like, I think my shiny decks, and I think on there you can ask for, it asks if you'd like to input your, like, Switch and your 3DS code on there. I was like, oh, maybe I should, and then I thought about it. I was like, wait, what if I want to show this to, like, a bunch of random strangers? Maybe I don't want to do that. I say that casually as I'm like, oh, I'm just going to show my code on stream, because that's the same thing, ain't it? But yeah, there's a couple of things I want to do, at least on this stream. One of them is obviously get the Delphox and maybe do a couple of rounds. Fairy Terra type shards would be nice. And if anyone else wants to join, I can quickly help with them so they can grab the Delphox and just leave. Nothing too crazy. Alrighty. I'll just quickly mark this down. Alright, let's go and see if we can get ourselves some steel stuff. Thing is, I don't think I have an extra, like, Ceruledge anymore. I used to, but I don't. And my 2 Ceruledges are, like, what, grass types? Oh wait, what number is Ceruledge? 167. Yeah, this one I have is rock. But we'll grab him. He can be our one. But he's got weak armor. I don't know if I want weak armor. I think we need flash fire. Well, I guess we'll go get ourselves another Charcadet. But first we need to get steel. We need 50 shards, is it? It's something icky like that, like 50 Terra shards. Give me a... Yeah, 50. Alright, let me quickly do the switch thing, yeah. There's my friend code. Right there. Oh my goodness, I've played 180 hours of Dragon Quest recently. Nice. I had to do a bit of grinding, considering we were a little low-leveled. But that's all done now with my grindings. And I also made a bunch of armor. So I'm just going to have this friend code up for just like one more minute, and then I'll quickly go back into the game. So let me know you've got that, I don't know, snipped or copied, Akane. I'm going to assume that's you. Or it should be someone else. Don't become friends. No. No, I'm not that cruel. Alrighty. Interesting. Yikes, look at these numbers. Chunky numbers. Ah, yes. 1,000 hours of Smash, which is definitely not... Look at your stats. Alright, I'll give you a quick look. Whoa! That's some big numbers there in Pokemon. Somebody'd be watching a lot of stuff. Alrighty, let's see if I got any steel Terra raids for me to do. I can see where the Delphox is right now. This is going to take a little while, unfortunately. I do want to grind up these Terra shards. But I mean, usually these streams are quite short, so it'd be nice to do a bit more lengthy sort of stream. Might quickly grab my own Ceruledge Edge to like get through these as quickly as possible. We don't need Talonflame anymore. Talonflame's only job is to hatch eggs. I was shiny hunting Charcadet recently. I only managed to find one, unfortunately, but there was a pretty good spot that I did. Oh, I hope this thing doesn't have flash fire. That would make this really annoying if it did. It probably will have flash fire or some nonsense like that. We'll find out real quick. Smash is fourth to play over 1,000 hours, yeah. Though a good portion of my Smash, like, numbers are from my amiibos. Not actually from me. Alright, let's double check and see what this, Houndoom, if it has flash fire or not. Okay, it doesn't. Good. Gotta get these steel Terra shards. There is something I also have to do in terms of like Pokemon. So we finished Sword and Shield recently, and I am planning to go move on to Legends Arceus. But there are two quests that you need to do in terms of like well, DLC quests essentially. And those quests are being the Shaman quest and the Darkrai quest. Now, to get both of them, you need to have save files in, I believe, Sword and Shield, but you also need one save file over in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Here's the problem. I want to start it on a totally new file. And that means that that new file, which is where we have our Sword and Shield save right now, isn't there, essentially. There's no file for Shining Pearl or Brilliant Diamond or anything like that. So, we do actually need to play Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond because we need one singular Pokemon from that game. Which, if we do have time, I might go and grab. It shouldn't take too long, maybe a couple of hours, but we'll see. It really depends on how this stream goes. Because if this particular Delphox raid is annoying, then it might cause a bit of like delay. Alrighty, here we go. When you wish to get reincarnated into a game world, which would it be? And you have to live in eternity. Oh. I mean, the most easy one would be Pokemon, considering how varied it is. And you're not in too much danger. It seems a lot of people have, like... If any danger crops up, you just gotta make sure there's some 13-year-old kid who could deal with it. And I guess another big thing is that, in terms of the Pokemon world, it's confirmed there's, like, regions all over the world. So you get bored of one region, just take a plane or a boat to the next one. You could do a heap of exploring there. Oh yeah, we need to steal Terra Shards because we're going to get a Cerule Edge, which is going to have Iron Head. Time that would not affect on your choice. Yeah. That's another thing too. A lot of people say these things of like, where would you like to get reincarnated? And you see people like, I want to go to my favorite video game. And you're like, bro, your favorite video game is a death sentence. What are you talking about? Wow, is there really no steel? Wow, was that the only one? What the heck? It's rough. We only got like 4 steel shards out of that too. Gotta do the ye old fateful, which is called time skipping. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say, I want to go to the world of like Legend of Zelda or something like that, and you're just like, what are you talking about? That world is constantly cursed with some pretty awful stuff. I mean, it'd be fun, but like, you can't deny how dangerous it is. Another one for me would be like, I'd love to go to the world of Monster Hunter, but like, one, it is quite dangerous, but like the food there, golly, that stuff looks good. If you haven't seen any of the stuff that Monster Hunter like stuff makes, just go to like, yeah, you can't. I guess you can't die in Monster Hunter. You faint. You still don't want to be like hit head on by a big monster. I can't imagine that being terribly fun. But like, just look up Monster Hunter World, like the canteen scenes. The food they make in World looks amazing. That would be like one of the big reasons to go, is just like the food. Accidentally swiveled my controller because I tried to adjust something and my finger slipped. Where is this Terra raid then? I can hear it also gimme ghouls. Better go pick them up. Because now all my chest gimme ghouls are gone. get wounds, but you can't die. That is true, but like I said, I doubt it's not without pain. Like, you're still getting hit head-on by, like, some things. And judging how far back you get hit by some moves, like, what is it, Astalos just can punch you. Like, he punches you and you go flying backwards, like... It might not kill you, but you're gonna be feeling it in the morning and the morning after that. So yeah, I guess that would it'd be like baby mode Dark Souls. So those are probably, like, off the top of my head, two of the options I could think of that I would like to do. Would be Pokemon and Monster Hunter. I think the biggest reason Pokemon would be also a really good one to, like, choose is just, can you imagine all the places you can explore if, as long as you have the HMs, like diving and flying? Like, at least in the Hoenn region alone, you got, like, all the dive spots and all the sky spots, in at least in Oras. Like, that would be incredibly fun. Oh, I didn't even need to raise my attack. I don't know what happened, but, like, Sableye just took a massive amount of damage from something. Look like Earth Power. Who on Earth has Earth Power? Our Believer, maybe? I didn't even see who used Earth Power. I just... Anyways, I'm still alive somehow. Thank goodness I didn't get one-shotted somehow. Unfortunately, dude, I don't need you. Oh, that barely gave me enough air shot. It's gonna take forever! What the heck? Why didn't I not have enough steel shards? I think I used them recently, that's why. I used it on my Tatsugiri. Ugh. That's a little annoying. We'll see what we can do. At this rate, if I get, like, what was it, 4? I need to do it, like, almost 12 times. Get reincarnated in Pokemon, you can go to Modern or you go to Hisui. I mean, that's the thing with, like, the Pokemon Legends games as well. We don't know if Game Freak is going to be at least smart enough to do another Legends game. It'd be nice. I thoroughly enjoyed Legends. Problem is that I'm worried if they do another Legends game, because from what we've seen in Scarlet and Violet, they really need to work on their timing. Everything has been so buggy and messy. Like, if we get another Legends game, it has to be quite far in the future so that the quality is actually useful. I don't want any of this nonsense where, like, it's of a very bad quality or buggy mess. Like, I can wait for a good game. And let's not forget about, like, what, BDSP as well. Like, everybody's forgotten about Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond, let's be real. Right now, like, if you want to play Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond, it's the people who are playing in the modding scene. Like, not even the people playing the actual game properly. Catching 6 alphas and then using Dialga to screw every Kevin with his level 5 grab Tata. You could, but you gotta catch an alpha, and we've seen how dangerous alphas are. I know, like, people think, oh yeah, I could easily catch an alpha, but, like, if you think about it, in terms of like legitimately in the world of like Hisui, your like trainer is like the most oddest exception. Like nobody in that region like can actually catch Pokemon. It was only like they only just sort of started catching Pokemon around the time you show up, and there's a big reason is like because of you as well. So feasibly, a regular human trying to catch 6 alphas is kind of unrealistic, to be honest. Or like being able to catch Dialga. Heck, you'd be lucky to even see some legendaries. Like, is it spoilers? I guess one of the characters, like one of the big spoiler characters of Legends Arceus, did all this crazy stuff so he could meet God. And you are just some random kid who can meet God. There's no way in heck that you're gonna meet God. Being the average Joe person you are who's been reincarnated. That would be like, I think that would be the monkey paw situation if you got reincarnated. Like, if someone said you can be reincarnated into whatever world you like, the monkey paw catch is going to be like, you're the most boring NPC who nothing happens, and you just got to live the life day to day with all the annoyances that happen. I have a brain like Ash and Kensu through Jesse and James. Oh yeah. Well, I think just best headcanon is that Ash is just face blind. Like, man, this arena is taking a while. I'm gonna run out of Bitter Blade if I'm not careful. I think that Trop Kick is also causing a lot of annoyance. But yeah, I guess that's something to slightly casually mention about, is like if anyone's been keeping up with the new Pokemon anime. I honestly should give it a look at some point. Oh my goodness, my attack is completely chunked. I was wondering why I was doing no damage. It's a stupid Trop Kick. Considering the Alpha's the second strongest form, then you are invincible. Yeah, pretty much. Like, there's no way an average Joe is going to catch an Alpha. Like, what? The only dude who has an Alpha is, like, what? Ingo? And he's, like, a very, very skilled Pokemon trainer despite all the memory loss. Like, no one else is able to catch Alphas. And I guess a big reason to say that no one can really catch Alphas, if you think about it, is that, when you get to the modern world of Pokemon, nobody's got Alpha Pokemon. Well, like, they're very rarely seen, so I guess Alpha Pokemon either died out or, like, just were not captured. Hmm. Alrighty. This is gonna take a long time. We're halfway there. This is not the most entertaining gameplay, I will admit. Okay, at least this time around, we have a little bit more spawning. I kind of wish there was, like, some way of, like, I don't know, using money to get Terra Shards. I say this because, though, at some point I'm going to have to start grinding these Terra raids because I need to get, like, a bunch of Herba Mystica. I have literally no Herba Mystica left. And I kind of need the Herba Mystica if I'm going to shiny hunt in this game. Especially with some sandwiches. Because, like, I tried to make a grass sandwich recently. And That's so hard to make a grass sandwich with like using the default sandwiches because like it just doesn't sit on the thing at all. Alright, here we go. Shouldn't take too long, this one. Maybe humanity. Maybe. I think my other thought would be just like, maybe alphas just couldn't keep up with the demand of the world. Considering like, in real life we had a similar thing where a lot of the big creatures just got taken out by all sorts of things, and it was the smaller creatures that were able to thrive. Yeah, we don't know. I think there have been like cases of giant Pokemon, but like, oops, I was supposed to use I was supposed to attack instead of just using sword stance. Oh well, it seems like the CPUs are making short work of this fracture. There we go. Damn you, Joe, and your endless potion. Are you fighting something at the moment? Ah! I just felt something like at the back of my mouth. I recently went to the dentist yesterday, and it turns out, you know where your wisdom teeth sorta are supposed to be? I got mine removed ages ago, but like, in that gum sort of area, I was having a soreness there, and I couldn't figure out why. So when I went to the dentist the other day, I was like, yeah, so I've been feeling like this weird pain in the back of my gums. And it turns out there was like calcifying stuff on my gums. Basically from like the buildup of plaque and all that good nonsense that your teeth go through. And I guess it had built up on my actual gums. So the dentist was kind enough to like get it removed, but I won't lie, that really, really hurt. It almost felt like they were taking like a small chip of tooth out of my gum because it like just had all that build up there. So my mouth is a bit sore. Shouldn't stop me talking, but like it's just a bit sore, and I'm like, say her. Actually, now that I'm reminded, when is this DLC dropping? Did they give a date? I can't remember. Autumn and winter this year. Okay, so that's spring and summer for us. Oh boy, I hope they figure out most of the bugs. I'm so worried. They tried to put one Terra raid into this game and it bugged it so badly, so they're gonna put a whole DLC into this game. I hope that at least I hope people have been giving feedback to this game. It's kind of what we need to do. No, I mean the DLCs are coming this year. Yeah. That's what I think I was talking about as well. But I guess that's another reason to be a bit sad, was that the fact that Legends Arceus didn't get any DLC. Like, I mean, it got some DLC, but like that DLC like didn't really add too much. It was just more like the whole waiting to purchase for sure. Yeah, I already purchased it. I probably should have waited, but I didn't realize how much they were going to stuff around with like all the stuff. Like after all the nonsense that happened recently, I'm a little now cautious about the DLC, which is really sad. You shouldn't be feeling cautious about a DLC, but like I'm just sitting there thinking, I really hope they know what they're doing. Yeah, Legends Arceus didn't get any DLC besides the massive mass outbreak, and they don't really add much except gameplay. Yeah. I think the biggest reason why I think it really deserves you know, that story DLC is because we're still stuck there in Hisui. And there doesn't seem to be any, like, any conclusion to the story. We did exactly what Arceus said. We got all the Pokemon. We fought God. We threw hands with him. And just us and Ingo are still trapped in the past. Like, it doesn't seem Arceus has any, like, I guess, doesn't seem to have any urgency to send us back. DLC pre-order bonus ends October 31st, so that's a probably good indicator when they plan to release. We're missing Pokemon Z. Yeah, Pokemon Z is long dead. There's no point thinking about it. Hisui was incredible and so was the story. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed Legends. It was such a breath of fresh air. Don't need you, Larvesta, because I caught a shiny Larvesta recently in this game. And boy, was that a fight and a half. I almost was so scared that I was going to lose that Larvesta, a shiny Larvesta, because a sandstorm whipped up and started chipping away at the Larvesta. And I was at the point where I was like, look, if this Larvesta doesn't get in the ball by a certain point, I'm just going to stand still and wait for the weather to stop. So it doesn't kill it. Rule 34. Oh, goodness. Rule 34 can find material if it... in the weirdest places. They don't need material. They can find it wherever they want. They have to look at something funny and they can figure something out. One of the greatest love letters to the franchise. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, the fact Legends Arceus didn't get a DLC despite being as popular as it was a huge, like, I was like, oh, okay. But I guess my biggest concern was that when people, like, all the fans were starting like, wait a second, does Ingo just never go back to the present? Is he, like, permanently trapped in the past? And then people started thinking, like, oh, what about, like, our protagonist, too? Like, don't we have a family that's worried about us? And you see all those really awful headcanons people coming up where apparently just those two characters are just missing people. And I mean, you're just like, oh, God. And I don't know if the Legends Arceus made it clear or unclear whether our character actually suffers from amnesia as well. Like, they seem to know most stuff, but, like, that's pretty much it. They don't really make it very clear if we've got amnesia or not, because if we did have amnesia, we could also be in the same boat of, like, we have no reason to go back. Are those shiny or Alolan Tauruses? Well, they're definitely not Alolan, because we're not in Alola. They're Chaldean Tauroses. Shiny Tauros, like the regular Cantonian one, is a green color. Chaldean Paldea has 3 types of Tauros. It has the regular combat breed, the fire breed, and the water breed. The fire breed is locked to Scarlet, and the water breed is locked to Violet. We did catch a shiny Paldean Tauros in one of my streams. I do have the clip, I think, saved on my Twitch, where I was just wandering around trying to grind up attack IVs for my Pokemon, and I was like, that Tauros looks funny. I think I got the Black Tauros release mixed up. Ah, okay. No worries. Cough Cough Alpha's most of it, yeah. Also, Legends Arceus had the one thing that Scarlet and Violet don't have anymore, which is the shiny indicator. There's nothing more heart racing when you're just flying over something and you hear the ding sound of a shiny, and you're like, where is it? I heard it. I know it's out there somewhere. And you like frantically start spinning in the air trying to look at the direction where that sparkle happened. I had that happen when I was flying over the Crimson, I think the marsh area. I was just flying around and then I heard this ding, and I was like, where I can't see it, because it was like foggy weather, and I was just, I decided to fly away and then turn around and go back the same path. And then eventually found it, and it was like a shiny Skunky, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, I got a Skunk tank, so getting Skunky helped. Hope Megas come back? I guess so. I'm actually not really a big fan of Megas, so I can't say either way or other. Like, the Megas are kind of my least favorite of the special effects. Like, Z moves, Terastallizing, Dynamax and Gigantamax, Megas. Yeah, I think I said in a different stream that I was not a fan of Megas. It hasn't changed. Which do you prefer? Definitely Terastallizing. Terastallizing just adds so much more flavor to like combat. Makes Pokemon with really bad typings just get a whole new typing. It gives some of them a bit better of fighting chance. Maybe Giratina working on its own against the realm so we can get more Lovecraftian in our Pokemon. I mean, I guess so. They can easily make Lovecraftian Pokemon. I mean, ghost types are pretty good to make that. Did I read Love Guard? Punny, it's time. I think Z moves are really cool personally. They're another good one as well, I think. I think the big reason I mentioned that not liking Megas was the fact that Megas are strictly locked to certain Pokemon. That was one of the big reasons I didn't like it. And a lot of the fan favorites Megas were like, you know, fan favorite Pokemon like Charizard, Mewtwo, Rayquaza. And then all the ones that like... It also... Yeah, that's reason one I don't like Megas. One, they were locked to mons that were like already popular and already had like a huge following behind them. Two, Pokemon that did get Megas are most likely never going to get evolutions. So Heracross, Pinsir, and stuff like that got sort of like Megas, and it feels like they'll never get an evolution because of that, when they could probably use it to help them boost. And three, well, you could definitely tell the bias of like the whole transformation thing, and they're also... I think the saddest thing was like I was so excited for Mega Ordino because I like Ordino as a Pokemon. I know it's not everyone's favorite. There's not many people who like Ordino, but like they got it, and I was like, oh, this is exciting. Maybe some other lesser Pokemon will get it, and nope, only popular Pokemon got it. It got to a point where nobody was using Mega Ordino or anything like that. A lot of the Megas just became pretty obsolete. This is very hard. It's because of one of the greatest instances of the devs knowing when not to take Pokemon as seriously. Z moves, yeah. Some little animations and stuff like that were great. I love Ordino. Yeah, Ordino is so cute. I love Ordino. I've always wanted to get a shiny one. Maybe one day. I know, I think a lot of Ordino and Indeedee, yeah, they're great mons. I think I used Indeedee for my, we used Indeedee for the Sword and Shield run of the game we did recently. And I think I used to have Indeedee as a, on my competitive team for Sword and Shield. I honestly should start moving some Pokemon over in terms of that, because I have a couple of shinies over in Sword and Shield, which were for my battle team. I should just move them to home because I'm not using them for competitive on those games anymore. I don't even think anyone's playing Sword and Shield competitively anymore. Scarlet and Violet are the new hot topics when it comes to competitive. It's understandable. Though I am curious to see how it's going to change once the DLCs drop. Because boy howdy did some Pokemon like thrive in the new meta and some just failed. Never have played competitive. It is certainly something. I took a long time to get my team ready. Thankfully this game, I would say if you are going to consider competitive, I would say this is the game you'd want to do competitive in. It's by far the easiest game to set up for competitive. Man, Ordino only got 2 gens, that's rough. Yeah, I think Ordino can only be found in like the original games like Black and White and Black and White 2. And Sword and Shield DLC. That's it. So, and I've always liked Ordino as well. I ran Ordino back in my first playthrough of Black and White, simply because I just saw the design, and I also am a big sucker for Pokemon that have really cool cries. And I always liked Ordino's little cry it made, so I was just like, oh, this guy looks cool. And it was like one of the few normal types to get Surf, and I was like, wait, it can learn Surf? So I was like, heck yeah, I'm going to put it on my team. Because I didn't really have a water type on my team. I find the legend baby turtle so cute. Yeah, I think we've seen, like, yeah, I don't remember how to pronounce its name or what its name is, but like, the new legendary that's coming out with the turtle one is very intriguing, considering like the pictures that we were showing in the books on this, like in the Violet and Scarlet book, of this rather horrifying looking thing. Ordino would absolutely be on my pastry team. Yeah, Ordino is very cute. It works well too, because I think they're used as like the Nurse Joy Pokemon, like the Chansey clone of Black and White. Oh, that's bad. I just realized Grimmsnarl is a dark type. But yeah, with only 2 games of it being like able to get a shiny of, can be kind of rough. I mean, Sword and Shield's shiny rates aren't too bad, so it's not like the worst thing in the world. Where was that Garganackle going? Yeah, the picture in the book is, yeah, it's sitting on a dome, so like it's not the actual dome itself, but it is kind of unsettling knowing that turtle is related to like a lot of the things that we were worried about in terms of just all the post-game stuff. I guess it's post-game, isn't it? I would call The Way Home storyline post-game of this game. And I remember seeing like somebody talking about this, at least. If you look at the region of Paldea, like the whole region itself, it actually is sort of in the similar shape of the turtle. So it's a little concerning. Maybe the turtle really isn't as small as we think. And the turtle seems to be related to terrestrializing, so there's something about that as well. What's this? Let me see. I mean, the character this team was for an empath patisserie, but wrist, so it works perfectly. Yeah, I think Ordino definitely works quite well. But I've always liked Ordino. It's just a personal favorite of mine. Cute design. It's got a decently nice shiny. It's a purple shiny. But yeah, it's kind of rare to get. My only concern with the DLC is how the content's going to work with everyone being maxed out on Pokemon. Yeah, that was something that was a bit of a concern, I think, when we went to, was it the Crown Tundra and Isles of Armor? When we did that over in like our Sword and Shield file, where we started a whole new file, it at least worked. We weren't too overpowered for that, but when we did the DLC when it first came out, boy was I overpowered. I'm pretty sure I had like level 100 Pokemon when I got there. It's a big reason that what I did was I think what I did was I caught the Pokemon in that area and then used them as the new team. Who cares? Rush it. Yeah, I don't want to rush the DLC. I paid money waiting for it, so I'm definitely not going to rush the DLC. I want to play it at my own pace. Plus, I'm probably going to stream it as well, so I don't want to rush through the DLC for you guys to just not see anything, essentially. I just need to hit this thing one more time. Slurpuff is like that for me. Yeah, Slurpuff's a nice one too. The only problem is with Slurpuff and like Aromatisse was they were locked behind such obscure methods. Just like find a single item and then trade it. And I'm like, do I look like I have friends? That's kind of what I was in the position back then when I was a kid. I had like no friends who like had the games that were close enough for me to trade and trade back. What's the point of buying DLC if you're just gonna one-shot everything with your level 100s? Yeah. It's kind of like what happened when we were playing the Mario and Rabbids DLC. I was thinking, oh wait, I'm totally maxed out in my files. Ooh, a bottle cap, nice. I'll take the bottle cap. I was maxed out on like all my stats for all my characters in the Mario and Rabbids DLC, so I was like, I wonder how they're gonna work with that. But what they did was they just started a whole brand new file by the looks of it, and then they just had your characters mostly maxed out. Not like fully maxed out to compensate for that, and I was like, oh, okay, interesting. I mean, it works, but I won't deny that I miss my boy having his ghost shot through walls. I love the cake dog. Oh, the Daxpon, the bread dog. Yeah, bread dog is very cute, and it literally sounds like a dog when it cries. It's like bark, 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 sort of thing. Yeah, that's that one. Yeah, Fido's okay as well. I definitely like Daxpun. I think when I did this blind, obviously, and when it evolved, I was very excited for it. I was like, oh, it's such a good one, and it's not a bad mon to use competitively either, because of its well-baked body. You can use it to like really like do some tricks with it. Nothing spectacular, but like just enough to, just for a little bit of fun. Excuse me, man. Climbing up this hill is a little rough. Actually, I should check how many Terra Shards I have before we go to... This probably might be the last raid, we'll see. We're supposed to be doing the Delphox raid, instead I'm just doing regular raids and just talking. I should be counting. Alright. How many? Oh! I think it's like 2 raids left. This will only get us like... Oh, actually, this is gonna be rough. With the mon we have. Fido was my beacon, same as Annihilate. Annihilate's a pretty good, cool mon. When you're so angry that you just rage into death and you just come back immediately. And it also made Primeape more usable, actually, as well. Because you can now put Eviolite on Primeape, which is fun. Yeah, this is the bit I was worried about. So I'm weak against rock-type moves. Primeape was my first favorite Pokemon. Nice! So getting Annihilate probably was amazing as well. I had a similar feeling when Farigiraf was announced. I didn't per se like Girafarig to begin with, but I'd always wanted to use Girafarig. And I couldn't use Girafarig because, I mean, it didn't evolve or anything like that, and it would drop in its usage after a while, and I was like... I kept thinking, like, do I really want to use Girafarig when I could use, like, a lot cooler, like... Psychic types? I mean, normal Psychic was a cool move, like, typing, but I couldn't see the usage of Girafarig. So when Girafarig finally evolved into Farigiraf, I was like, oh, I can actually use Girafarig now. But I do find it funny that because of that, I think Girafarig in Little Cup got banned pretty quickly. I think that and Dunsparce got banned because Dunsparce obviously got the Dunsparce, and regular Dunsparce was pretty like, was a bulky dude like to begin with. So like giving him Eviolite made him even more bulky, which is funny. Let me attack. Yeah, I think this gen definitely gave a good chunk of like mons that have pretty solid evos, to say the least. Or just making things a little bit more viable. Like Tauros as well. Tauros got pretty got a good luck in his new Paldean form. I think a lot of people were like caught off guard with how decently good the two forms of Tauros were. Oh god, poison in the Sandstorm. Wait, is it small enough to be in that group? What group might you be talking about, Worm? Just need to double check on that. The baby Pokemon compared. Oh, Little Cup, yeah. So, with Little Cup, how it works is that the Pokemon needs to be able to evolve. That was pretty much it. Oh, yes! I got some Herba Mystica. Nice. I still need one more Steel Terror, but I'll take the 2 bitter Herba Mystica. So, for example, because... Well, let's just use the starters. Because the starters evolve, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle can be in Little Cup. Obviously, they're not as strong because they obviously are baby mons, so they tend to have like rather weak stats. But the thing is that with some mons that don't get evolutions for like the longest time, they tend to be a lot more powerful because of it. So when Girafarig and Dunsparce got evolutions, they technically became legal to be, like, usable in Little Cup. But, yeah, as you can imagine, they have the stats of, like, what would have been Pokemon that technically don't evolve. So they have better stats to, like, begin with as well. So they got banned pretty quickly. Makes sense, yeah. So I think, and also Girafarig comes with the new move Twin Beam or something like that, which I think you use it to technically evolve Girafarig, but you can learn it at level because Lil Cup is restricted to level 5. So it's actually a really interesting cup format. It's certainly fun to say the least. I think I used to dabble in it back in what was it, Battle Revolution, back in the old days when I didn't understand Little Cup, but it's definitely such a fun format, but obviously it's a very restricted format. But there's something fun about just babies fighting. Alright, do we have one more steel location we could possibly go to? Or we're gonna have to do another date skip? We're gonna have to do another date skip. I don't have the last Terror Raid. Sounds very cute. Oh yeah, and it's also very like technical as well. Because you can't technically level up Pokemon normally. You'd have to use like vitamins and stuff like that because they can't obviously go up any higher than level 5. So it's definitely an interesting sort of thing. Yeah, it's like the Battle Royale thing. Some babies are stronger than others. Oh, actually this is right next to Medali too. We need to go to Medali for the Oh, but we need to go catch a Charcadet first, so... I could shiny hunt for the Charcadet. Because I did pick up those bitter Herba Mystica. And I technically need 2 Charcadet if I want to get both Armarouge and Cerule Edge. Oh. There's just a Clodsire here. Interesting. Is Pikachu. Don't want to give any spoilers though. Don't worry. I've watched it, but yeah. I guess for those who want to go watch it, go give it a try. It's one of those interesting videos where they take in everything into consideration, like all the Pokedex entries and stuff. So it's definitely the dude who did it did his research. Alright, time to take out Pikachu. Oh, I just realized what those orbs of white on the walls are. There's Pikachu's eyes. That's kind of creepy because you can only see the black and white, so it's just these weird orbs. What about Pikachu? It was actually a collab? Interesting. But I think I do recognize the second name. I think that channel does a lot of Pokemon stuff, so probably best to get all the information you can for those. Bye bye, Pikachu. Alright, we got enough Terra Shards. Now we just gotta get ourselves a Charcadet. Let me just look up a video for some locations. Because, look, if we're gonna make a sandwich to hunt for, like, a Mon, we might as well, like, look it up. Yeah, Lockstick and Grenoggin, yeah. Oh, is it Gnoggin? There's a guy who has, like, a whole playlist dedicated to locations of shiny Pokemon. And while there's a chance, I'm not going to deny, there's a chance that we might not find the Charcadet as a shiny. And maybe we will. If we do, we just go to another location, pretty much. That's why you got to have these things ready. Let me just find where's the fire? Oh, here it is. Gotta find the fire thing. Grab this Gimmighoul that's been making a bit of noise. Gotta go to location. Okay. And then I also gotta make a sandwich. Alrighty. The location is right over here. In this tiny little corner. I also should probably bring out my Breloom. So that I can put it to sleep. I don't think Charcadet can learn Takedown or anything like that, but, like, at least putting it to sleep will help speed this up tremendously. And we'll just grab Golden Go, because he's our poster boy. Buxton MB. Right. But yeah, I haven't watched much of Terminal Montage. I will admit, I did watch the baby Pokemon and I think the regular Pokemon one, because that was something I was just interested in. I need to go right here, I believe? I could do this sandwich in multiplayer, but, like, I've found it's a bit finicky to do when you don't have, like, people who know how to make the sandwich. I think we did try to do it with multiplayer, I won't lie. It didn't end well. A lot of the times we made the sandwich and it was the wrong type, but I don't want to make that mistake at the moment. I want to make sure I get a proper sandwich. But yeah, I guess if you are curious to find out where's a really good place to get Charcadet, It is right here. Oh, there's one just right here too. So this little cliff area is super great to get Charcadet. Oh wait, I should save before I do this. He does fun Pokemon lore, biology, theories, yeah. It's always interesting to hear, like, those type of YouTubers. Okay, we're saved. We're offline. That's another thing you have to remember is to be offline. So if a Pokemon does something dangerous, like it could kill itself or faint, you can reset. Like, you probably can see me attempt to that. God, for being reminded of that awful, awful Altaria that we had to run away from like multiple times because it just kept perish songing. Thank goodness we were offline so we could like actually catch it eventually, but goodness, it took like what, I think it took almost 10 minutes just to catch that thing. There was like nothing we could do about it because it kept perish songing and it was going to die in 3 turns, so we had to keep running away from it, re-encountering it. It was a mess. 2 out of 10 really wouldn't do that again. Oh, oh god, that was a bit suspect. BRB, no worries. Thought you were playing Legends Arceus about to get attacked by Ghastly. Yeah, I can imagine. It's a different big game when you like compare some mons where they're like, they just look at you and just, you know, go, meh, what are you doing, sort of thing, whilst in Legends Arceus they're like, I am out for blood. Alright, that should give us the Fire Sparkling Power. And the timer starts now. Let's see how we go. This is a bit of a tricky hunt because Charcadet's shiny is very, very, very hard to see. Well, it at least stands out, but it's not that visible. You kind of have to, like, look. Luckily, Charcadet, when you go near them, they tend to turn towards you, so you have a better chance at looking. But yeah, this entire cliff just becomes all Charcadet, so definitely a good place to hunt for Charcadet. And I did hunt one earlier, but I want to keep it to Charcadet. So, gotta get ourselves another one. Might as well, because I want to evolve one into Ceruledge. And it'd be perfect to have a shiny one. Even though shiny Ceruledge and Armarouge don't really have the best shinies. Which is such a shame. They're such a cool Pokemon, yet Game Freak really dropped the ball on their shinies, didn't they? And it makes me sad, because I really, really like Charcadet and its evolution lines. I think they are my second favorite Pokemon from this region, like Ceruledge especially. Armarouge I'm not as keen, but that's probably because I didn't get attached to Armarouge. Because, I mean, it's Scarlet exclusive, so I couldn't get it. Ever since release, I thought Charcadet had the worst shiny ever, but then I look at Golden Go, it's actually worse. Yeah, Golden Go's not that great. It's kind of funny, though, because in Home, it's easy to tell Golden Go's shiny, but in Scarlet and Violet's engine, I don't know, you just can't really tell. I took a photo of the two, and you can sort of tell which one's the shiny, but, like, at least in Home, it's a lot easier to see. Yeah. But I'm going to say that Golden Go isn't the worst shiny. And the big reason for that is because Tandemaus exists. Tandemaus and Mousehold shiny are abysmal. Like, what? What were they thinking for those ones? These mice Pokemon are so small. Why would you make their shinies almost indistinguishable from, like, its regular form? And if you don't believe me, just look up shiny Tandemaus. Like, it's absurd. At least with like Charcadet, you can at least look at it and be like, yep, that's a shiny or that's not a shiny. Tandemaus, it's much easier to just do the feint method because of how bad it is. Yeah, you forgot about them? Yeah, because nobody hunts them. Nobody wants to hunt them because you're going to go insane hunting them. I even, if I wanted to hunt that, I think I would rather go for the whole, like, Masuda method over hunting them, because I'm pretty sure I'd go blind trying to hunt for, like, Tandemaus in the wild. I don't know what this region has. It's like, it's weird. Some of their shinies are amazing, and then they have just some of the worst shinies we have ever received. Like the Tatsugiri line, great shinies. Veluza's got a pretty good shiny if it wasn't such a pain. And then you got things like Tandemaus and Cerulege, and you're like, what happened here? Oh, what's him called it? Lechonk and Torrantula have really great shinies. Oh, didn't see that guy. I looked away for a second. Yeah, it was just so weird. Like, they had some really great shinies, and then they did the essentially what we like to call the Garchomp shiny, where it's like a shiny that you can barely tell. And we were like, Game Freak, I thought we were out of this era. Like, I thought we were out of the era of like really in too subtle shinies that you wouldn't even bother hunting for. Like, recently I got a shiny Gengar. And at least, if you put them side by side in like certain games, you can actually tell the difference. But like in some games, you just can't tell the difference. I kind of wish they could go back and change some shinies, even if it's like a minor change. Just any change would be good for some shinies. They did that for Combuskin of all Pokemon. Why can't they do it with other ones? You know what I mean? Yeah, let's make bad shinies, tiny shinies, and then no shiny indicator. Like, I know hunting shinies in this game is, like, one of the best ways to hunt, because just Sandwich is broken in terms of shiny hunting, but yeah, I really don't understand why they didn't put the shiny indicator. And I don't say this as just, like, someone who, like, would like the shiny indicator. I'm saying this for people who are, like, colorblind or, like, have bad eyesight. Like, the Charcadet we're hunting for, in order to find it, we gotta look for, like, its eye changing color. And if you were colorblind, you wouldn't be able to tell. Because there's no other visual indication that it's shiny except for its eye changes color. But I guess the real answer to that one, Bob, is just, like, Satan was in at the time of them making the shinies, and Satan was like, hey, you know what would be a cool prank? Against all them shiny hunter collectors out there who are like trying to do a shiny dex. Wouldn't it be funny? And then they proceed to do that. And also, welcome back, Worm. I did see your comment about thinking I was going to get attacked by a Ghastly. Don't worry. I'm good. Looking... Yes. At least you have the thing where if you... I think, yeah, if you double tap home, you can do this to zoom in so you can see a little bit better, but like, it's still not the best. Especially when the Pokemon in this game, they wander around, so there's a chance that you could literally just walk past a shiny. Or have a shiny despawn on you because it walked away, which I have had. I've had a shiny Girafarig walk off screen and disappear. Because I was trapped in a battle against like 6 Tauros that all of a sudden decided that I was a good target to punch. Like, as much as I like the whole thing of Pokemon wandering around like this, like they do in like Legends Arceus as well, but man, they gave the shiny indicator for Legends Arceus and everyone liked it, and then they were like, oh, you guys are having too much fun, and they took it away. But yeah, since we're on the conversation of like shinies, what's everyone's favorite shiny that as much as there are bad shinies, there's some really good shinies out there as well. So like, anyone have any particular favorite shinies or like the least favorite shinies? It doesn't have to be from this region. It could be any region. Just like, what's your favorite and least favorite shiny? Because there are a lot of shinies that could be considered bad. For me, I think Leafeon's is one that I don't like. Not because it's like a really, really bad shiny or anything like that. It's just a disappointing shiny. We could have easily got an autumn-colored Leafeon, you know? Could you imagine if Game Freak was kind enough to give Leafeon an autumn color? If only we had that, then the world would be a much better place, you know? No luck right now. Remember trying to guide my friend through the Dark Cloud final boss when we were younger since he's colorblind. So I've definitely witnessed how bad colorblindness can affect people. Yeah. I've seen some people actually say that when they were shiny hunting in this game, that they like, if their shiny was something that was like very different from the color green, they would just like turn off the green coloring on their video recorder so that they could see the shiny a lot better. And I was like, you know what? That sounds smart. But yeah, it does suck that there's no colorblind mode. I wish there kind of was a setting, either on the Switch or on like the games. I think having it on the Switch or like any sort of console would be a good idea. Just some sort of thing that allows people who are colorblind to like switch certain things. That would definitely help. That's cool. Yeah, I saw the video was for someone was hunting Floette, I believe, or Florges or Floette, and Florges is shiny, or Floette's shiny even. The only thing that changes is the bottom of the body goes a purple color, and they have blue eyes, which is, at least it's a decently, like, you know, distinguishable shiny. But the problem is that Floette is tiny. It's a tiny little flower sitting in, like, all this green grass, and where it spawns in a flower field. So, like, that's made even harder, so the person was like, well, if I turn the green off, then I'll know where the shiny is, because the shiny's purple. You got to adapt. Ah, dang it, I got too close. So many fire boys. Good thing it's nighttime, actually. The nighttime thing actually helps a lot, too, because I can see them quite clearly. There's... Koraidon and Rayquaza are my top shinies. Worst is Golduck, because I was expecting something good after Psyduck. Yeah, Psyduck's got a really great shiny, and then you get to Golduck. Golduck's really disappointing. I think that's the biggest problem for a bunch of shinies, is that if their pre-evolutions have these amazing shinies, and you're like, oh man, I can't wait to see what it finally evolves into, and then you're just hit with disappointment. I can think of two off the top of my head that fit in that category, which is Dragonair and Gabite. Gible and Gabite's shinies easily can tell they're shiny. They're not bad looking shinies, you can at least tell they're shinies. But then suddenly when you get to Garchomp, it just goes back to like a very vague shiny, and you're like, what happened? You had these two amazing shinies. Why did it suddenly like, why did you revert back to like bad shiny sort of thing? And then obviously the Dragonair one, the Dragonair one's a personal one for me, because I love Dratini and Dragonair shinies. Especially Dragonair. Dragonair is such an amazing shiny. Such a pretty pink with the golden orbs. And then they're just like, oopsies, drop the ball, and they made like Dragonite this vomit green, and you're like, could have been a cool green too, but oh. Could have been pink. Ew. I mean, look at Meryl and Azumarill. It goes from green to yellow. Why couldn't you, and they're the same blue color, so why couldn't you do the similar thing where you just did the opposite? going to read this comment after I do a quick check of these Charcadets. Love shiny Swirlix and Slurpuff because they're chocolate colored. Yeah, they got very distinct shinies. What is it? Spritzy? I love Spritzy's shiny. I'm okay with the Aromatisse. It's alright. And I unfortunately don't really like Aromatisse simply because I like Spritzy so much more, so it just is disappointing. It's a disappointing Evo for me. Oh, is that it? Yeah, there he is. There's my boy. I can also read the comments now because I'm not running around looking for it. Dragonite is also one of those going from cute pink to cute green. Yeah. Oh, wait, why did I use a Premier Ball? I should have used a Luxury Ball. Never mind. That was a oopsie on my part, but we got it, so that's all that matters. Alrighty, what should we go for next? We could go for another Charcadet because I need two, but we'll see. How much time do we have left on the clock? 16 minutes. We'll spend a little more time here, and then might consider going for another different shiny. I'm just trying to see like what other shinies I could possibly go for that I do like that's in the fire category. What have we got here? Iron Moth is one, but it's a very hard one. Shiny Sawsbuck is really good. Really? I thought Sawsbuck didn't really change that much from a regular one. I mean, I do like Sawsbuck and Dealing because of the whole changing of seasons, but they don't really get a very vibrant shiny if I remember rightly. Alright. I think they just go a brighter color or have a brighter coat. It's like an entire deer species, yeah. I did like... I think, for me, I'm a huge sucker for form differences. Like, those are my favorite type of Pokemon, are the ones that have multiple forms. I understand that it makes, like, catching them a lot more difficult because you gotta, like, get every single one, especially if you look at my living decks of having, like, all the Alcremies and all the Vivillon. But, like, I'm just a sucker for those Pokemon because they make your Pokemon feel a little bit more special. Like, oh, I have this type of Pokemon, but mine looks like this instead of yours. It just makes it a little bit more unique, you know? Alright, I think I might change targets real quick. What do we want to go for? It's not actually much in terms... Because I caught an Oricorio in my free time. So I don't really need an Oricorio. Litleo, Salazzle, and Salandit. God. Salazzle and Salandit is like the most worrying shiny. Fletching and Fletchinder is another one too that I haven't got. Looks more like a white-tailed deer. Really? Oh, I guess I have never noticed. I haven't ever tried shiny hunting Sawsbuck or anything like that because they're kind of I wouldn't say they're annoying, but they're a bit of a finicky one to get because Dealing's shiny is very vague. It's the flower on its head goes a pink color. It's a nice shiny. Especially in the old games, it was a really nice shiny. But, like, in this game, it's very hard to see sometimes. Alright, let's head on over to this side. Let's take a look around for some Fletchinders. Actually, though, Fletchinder is going to be the only one that turns, like, shiny because it's the... Fletchling isn't a fire type. Alolan Raichu is super cool. Yeah, I liked Alolan Raichu. And it would work great on your patisserie team because Alolan Raichu loves pancakes. That's the lore behind it, is that it was a Pikachu that ate a lot of pancakes. So if you don't have a full patisserie team, then getting Alolan Raichu fits the bill. Actually, I should double check and see what Fletchinder's shiny looks like. Okay. Like a dark, slightly darker red. Whoa, what's happening here? I'd love to get a shiny Alolan Raichu. It goes a dark chocolate color. But the problem is that getting Alolan Raichu nowadays is a little difficult because obviously it's locked into Alola. That's kind of why I'm hoping the DLC will bring out a lot of really cool mons. So that we can shiny hunt some more mons. Because, I mean, there's a good chunk of mons that are pretty good shinies, but like, once you've caught them all, like, what do you do then? Guess you gotta shiny hunt the rest of them. Kind of worried that Fletchinder would be like flying around, but no, they're just toddling around on the ground. I'm spacing, so just looking at a list of models. Oh, for a particular thing? Shiny Pokemon. Yeah, I know there's a website that has like a whole list of like all the shinies. It's definitely a very useful website because you can hover over each of the mons to see which ones, like what the regular forms look like. And there's some really, really great shinies. Whole ass Arcanine here. Problem is, Fire doesn't really have too many mons that I can think of that are other hunts. But I shouldn't complain, we got the Charcadet we needed, so we just got to evolve him. Level him up and evolve him. Little burbs. I do like Fletchinder. It's quite a cute bird. Like, Fletchinder looks like a bird that you would have as an actual pet, sort of thing. It's slightly more bird-like compared to Fletchling, I think. You can see there's one Riolu here that's just making me upset about like thinking a couple of streams ago, like ages ago, I'm pretty sure. A couple of us all ate a fighting sandwich. See if we could get either get Pawmi or Riolu. Not only did I not get either of them, I caught another Meryl, another shiny Meryl. And I was like, ugh, because I'd already caught like 4 Meryls in this game. And it was like a middle finger because it wasn't even like part of the sandwich I'd eaten. Mega Gengar is really good shiny. Yeah, that's another thing too. Mega Gengar and Mega Garchomp, you can at least tell they're shiny when they Mega Evolve, which makes another big tick of why Mega Evolution's bad. Because we had really cool shinies, and now in Game Freak's like, well, not anymore. And then they just won't allow any good shinies anymore for those mons. They're locked out. But yeah, a lot of people really, really liked Mega Gengar's shiny when it first came out. I think there was an event raid, no event raid, an event where they had, you could get yourself like Mega Gengar. That's how much Game Freak knew we liked Mega Gengar shiny. No burb changes here. Such a great new look for the line. Yeah, it definitely is such a nice look, but unfortunately it's locked until either Mega Evolution thinks about coming back, which we don't know if it would, or that they change the shiny, which I really doubt Game Freak would do. They change a shiny every once in a blue moon where the planets align, pretty much. Because they did with Combuskin, it was just a random middle evolution shiny. They're like, yeah, let's change this one, and they gave no explanation of why. They just did it, and it's definitely a good change because it makes it a lot more visible that it's a shiny, even when it's a middle evolution. But yeah, they haven't changed any other shinies, I don't think, of recent. Any changes they may have made was basically anything that was like, what's the word? Like way back in the old days, like how certain Pokemon were just different types because they had limited color palettes. You know, like the whole argument of Charizard used to be, shiny Charizard used to be purple instead of black. And stuff like that. Oh wow, Dragonair is incredible, you're right. Yeah, it's one of my favorite Kanto shinies. And at least in Scarlet and Violet as well, the little orb around its neck and its tail, they're metallic, apparently. So when you evolve it into the shiny one here, those orbs become a metallic gold, which is really great. That's one thing this game did do right, is the textures. Like metal textures, regular textures. Especially the metallic shiny ones, they look really great. I think also Magikarp. Magikarp is a yellow color in all the other games. They decided that they were going to make Magikarp literally made out of gold in this game. So if you find a shiny Magikarp in this game, it's a metallic gold texture. Like, it's unique to Magikarp, which is like pretty cool. It really does become a goldfish. I haven't found a shiny Magikarp because I have no reason to search for one in this game, unfortunately. Unless I was doing a shiny living dex in this game, which I'm not. If I was going to be doing a shiny living dex, it'd be in home. And I already have my fair share of shiny Magikarp, so I have no reason to do that. I have a feeling we're not going to find our shiny Fletchinder. Oh well. The sandwich is almost done, so we gotta count our losses. I hunted a shiny Magikarp for Ditto raid hosting. Ah, yeah, because they have, isn't it because it's a strategy to just go in there with a really, really weak Pokemon with Ditto and just have Ditto transform into, like, the awful Pokemon? And I think Magikarp is considered one of the best options for that. Yeah. It's a really funny trick, isn't it? Where Ditto's like, I'm going to change it to your strongest Pokemon. And the people are like, yeah, my Magikarp's really strong. And then the other three Pokemon just proceed to pummel Ditto. It's nice when the community can actually come together and think of, like, actually legitimate strategies to deal with things. Like the whole Gimme Ghoul scenario that happened just last week or a week ago. God, what a mess that was. I hope there was enough feedback sent about that one. I recently watched a video. There's a guy who does a lot of shiny hunting. I think he's called like Absol Blogs or something like that. And my goodness, did that man like? I think he's a really great shiny hunter, and he did something great where he like went out into his community on Twitch and like hunted like 999 shiny gimme ghouls during that event and like gave them to his community. Like shout out to all those people who hosted those raids because man, if it wasn't for you guys, I would not have gotten my hands on like shiny gimme ghoul and golden go. Oh god, that scared the heck out of me. That lag spike. Let me just save the game real quick. Never knew Butterfree had a rad shiny. Yeah, now you're starting to see the appeal of some of these shinies out there. But he's a really great shiny hunter. He also is the one who came up with the whole Safari Week thing, where people would like hunt in the Safari Zone for like a whole week to hunt for shiny Pokemon. That was his thing that he came up with, which is really cool. Nope. For a second I thought that was it, but it's not. I'm trying to remember what I was going on about for it. Something about just like how absurd the shiny Gimmighoul thing is. I think Black Akane wanted me to give them my 2 leftover shiny Gimmighouls, but I haven't heard anything from it since. I do have 2 extras at the very least. But I really, really hope that this isn't a trend that Game Freak is going to do. Let's hope that they go back to like how they used to do the shiny raid dens. If you guys remember the raid dens over in Sword and Shield, man, I got a ton of shinies from those raid dens. That's what I thought it was going to be like, you know, when they announced the Gimmighoul thing. I was like, oh, it's going to be like the raid dens we had in Sword and Shield, you know? Where they had like the really great fake crash. Yeah, it did feel like it. I saw the game stutter to a stop and I was like, did I save recently? I do not want to hunt for the Charcadet again. Thankfully, it was just the biggest lag spike this game has had for a while. Maybe I'll turn the game off after we do this so we can reset its garbage files. Yeah, somebody did mention that it felt a lot like the Pokemon Go style. Like, limited time only, small chance of finding it. That sort of nonsense. Though there is something that's happening on, I think, Pokemon Go, where they've announced that you can get the, I believe, this event special, like, what's it, quest line thing? Where you can get yourself a shiny Mew, which is, like, incredibly rare because I think that's, like, one of the few legitimate ways you can get Mew as a shiny. Man, it does cost money, which sucks. I decided I would do it because I could add a coupon voucher to chuck the price down a bit, but yeah. Thank God it's not limited time. But yeah, the fact this Gimmighoul thing was a whole limited time thing, when I heard it was limited time and very rare amount, because I think even like Absolblog even did a calculation where he said that if you were to go full odds to find the shiny, you'd have to play the game consecutively for like almost a week straight just to have a chance of finding this shiny. And like only a few people actually found it on their first go. He actually set up a bot to like reset his Terra Dens for him while he was doing something else, like shiny hunting for a different Pokemon on his old games. And even that took like 4 hours. So like I can't imagine doing that manually. So let's hope Game Freak sees the data and realizes that they shouldn't ever do that again. Or they at least bring the Gimmighoul back. Because if you didn't get it during that time period, it's gone. think the sandwich is over. Yes, it is, because I can see Pawmi. I still haven't gotten a shiny Pawmi. It's crazy. It's like one of the more common Pokemon out there to get a shiny of. And I still haven't gotten a single one of them. Alright, here's the Charcadet, and it's got Flash Fire, makes sense. Oh, it doesn't have a mark. That's a shame. But that's okay. We got the boy, so I'm just gonna save the game. I'm gonna reset the game so we can hopefully avoid that Venonat's a great shiny too. Is it? I like how this has now become a thing where we just convinced Worm that some shinies are really great and that he's just looking through them all. We caught I caught a Venomoth when I played my playthrough of this game. When we did the way back home post game. That was my first full odd shiny in this game. And I honestly didn't think it was a shiny at first because I was like, oh, that looks a bit odd. If I didn't go investigate that, I would have totally missed it. Anyways, it's... Oh, don't worry, Shiny Venonat has been a favorite for a while. Nice. Alright, let's head over to the usual training grounds. Venomoth and Venonat are pretty good shinies. The blue is just a really nice blue. Unfortunately, I can't really show you here because I sent both those Mons over to well, I don't have Venonat yet. I sent Venomoth over to home. A lot of my shinies that I've caught in this game, I've sent them over to home. So they're safekeeping there. Actually, now that I remember, I have to bring a giraffe rig over to this game. Maybe after the raid, I'll quickly go do that. Anyways, we need to... Oh, I hope I have enough stuff to actually evolve it too. Need for HP. Okay, I might put my Breloom away. I don't think it's got its stats leveled up, so I don't want it to gain any extra stats. Yeah, this is my shiny box. It's looking a lot more barer now. Is Vileplume in this? No, I don't believe so. The whole Oddish line's not in this game at the moment. Blossom's a nice shiny, but I say that very biasedly because I have a shiny Blossom. I caught a shiny Oddish in Sapphire in the Safari Zone by just pure sort of coincidence. I was just wandering around the Safari Zone looking for something else and then ended up getting a shiny Oddish and evolved into Blossom because I preferred Blossom's shiny over Vileplume. Also because I liked Blossom over Vileplume. But yeah, Vileplume is definitely a much better mon. Oh, I just realized now that I got all the new sandwiches. Because I finally got all the Herba Mystica so I can unlock almost all the sandwiches. So now I don't know where my sandwich is. Is it? Yeah. Who knows? Maybe it'll show up in the DLC. I can't remember what Mons got in on the DLC. It's kind of a big reason I'm looking forward to like DLC because with how good the shiny hunting is in this game, despite literally we only caught one shiny with that sandwich. I've had runs with the sandwiches where I've caught 5 shiny Pokemon. So like, it's a much better odds to catch some Pokemon. Especially in some games where they might not have the shiny charm or the odds aren't that great. It's definitely worth considering. Also, you wouldn't catch me dead eating this sandwich, especially with those jalapenos. I know it's apparently sour due to the dressing, but there's no way I would eat it with the big chunky spicy thingies in it. Alrighty, time to punch Meryl. Vileplume is in the removed Pokedex entries, so people expect it to be in the DLC. I think we did see... Did we see Oddish in the DLC trailer that recently happened? Because I know Flygon's back in the game. And I'm sure a lot of people are excited for that. Flygon's got a pretty good shiny. Trapinch's shiny's also pretty good too, so like that sort of line has a really good shinies. And I know Alcremie's coming back, but I don't have to hunt for... I don't know if I would hunt for shiny Alcremie. Problem is that I do have a couple of Milceries, and the one shiny Alcremie I have has the strawberry topping on it. The thing is that the shiny doesn't, like, the icon takes on the form of, like, whatever the flavor you get. So theoretically, there should be, like, over 80 different types of shiny Alcremie. And I do not have the patience to do something like that. I do have a shiny, the matcha cream one. I had that one for my competitive team back in Sword and Shield. So it's technically green, but you can't tell, obviously. I kind of wished I could, the Alcremies could have been just like, whenever, even if they're shiny, they'll always be the same flavor. Then we wouldn't have to hunt for all 80 of them if we were complete mad people. Would I be able to ask you for a favor? I guess so, question mark? I'm going to just wait until I find out what the favor is before I go say yes or something like that. Because there are some things I can't do, surprisingly. I am not an omnipotent god, as they say. But ask away. I'm not doing anything terribly interesting, so this would be a very good time to do so. While I'm doing that, I'm going to take a quick drink of water because my mouth hurts a little from my gums. Yeah, just casually a small loan of $1 million. As Dr. Evil's like, oh wait, no, $1 billion! We don't need to teach it any moves right now. All its moves will be gotten when we evolve it. Could I get a Delphox to trade you something? Oh, would you like me to get you a Delphox is what you're saying. I can get you a Delphox. Obviously, I'll keep the one that I'm catching, because the one that you catch has the special mark on it. The mightiest mark or something like that, so I'm probably keeping him. But I'm also going to have to hatch eggs for Delphox, because whenever these event raids happen, I always hatch extra, so I can get the other 2 evolutions. I know they don't really count to the dex or anything like that, but like... They might in the future? I don't know. I don't mind. Yeah, I can get you a Fennekin. Do you just want, like, a Fennekin or a Delphox is the quick question I needed to ask as well. Because I can evolve it, because, like, Fennekin, okay. You do have Scarlet and Violet, real quick? Because, I mean, I could always send it to home and trade you via there, but I just want to double check that you do have Scarlet and Violet. Okay, so you don't have it, right. I can get you the Fennekin and I can stick it on in home. And then, as you can see, my home friend code is right there, so you can always just register me as a friend and I can give it to you later. Which is why I'm worried about missing out. No worries. Thankfully, whenever these event raids do happen, usually you can find all the mons because people are like constantly breeding for the shinies, so a lot of rejects end up on the Wonder trade, but yeah, I can always get you it guaranteed. It shouldn't take too long. Oh yeah, how many starters have we gotten in this game? Also, casually, where are all the Hoenn starters? You know, them Hoenn starters, where are they? Kinda want Torchic, please, so I can shiny hunt Torchic, because I have always wanted a shiny Torchic. Though I'm struggling to get Rowlet, so I really shouldn't be hunting two different birds at once. But like, yeah, where are the Hoenn starters? Unless they're like gonna add them later. So, all the Kalos starters are in. I think at this point. Let me actually take a look really quick. I'm curious. I know this is a bit of a detour, but we got plenty of time. Here we go. So we got... I should rearrange this. 1, 2, and then Delphox. That's all the Kalos starters. We're missing Rillaboom for the Gala starters. Obviously got all the Hisuian things. Yeah. There's no Johto, except for like Cyndaquil, but that's because Cyndaquil was also part of like, you know, the Hisui trio. But yeah, I think Hoenn is the only one. Hoenn and Sinnoh, I think, are the only ones that don't really have their Mons in here. The Hoenn starters are in the deleted Pokedex. Yeah, I think I did see someone mentioning that. What I'm looking forward to is Minim's finally coming back. I'm so excited. I love Minum. It's my favorite Pika clone. I wish for Sceptile too, so I can make my Delphox and Sceptile friends. Yeah. Get them, get the team that you want. Almost there. We're gonna drop into a sandwich shop. Might also go back to Zapico. Zapico? I believe that's what it's called. Because they have a sandwich shop, but they also have those Sorrel Edge pieces. Yeah, it's quite odd that the order they're going with the starters, they just sort of feel like, it feels a bit random. I understand they keep the quota of like fire, water, and grass. They kind of do it in order of that at least. So there's no overlapping of typings, but I do find it odd that they're just picking around at all the different starters. I have a mighty need to see Sceptile animated in 3D. Sceptile's in Sword and Shield. Well, all the Hoenn starters are in Sword and Shield. But yeah, I guess with the updated textures, it would be nice to see some of the Mons. Because some of them look quite nice. Oh, sorry to dash your dreams, Worm. Yeah, all the Hoenn starters are in Sword and Shield. Actually, we caught a shiny Hoenn starter in my last video last week. I think the VOD might still be up, though it probably was going to disappear very soon. I did catch a clip of it, so it's there for you to take a look very quickly if you are interested to see what shiny that was. But yeah, I wonder if the Hoenn starters are, you know, part of the deleted Pokedex entries. I wonder if that means we're going to be given the Hoenn starters, or perhaps we could just find them out in the wild, but I doubt it. I kind of wish it was like that. You know how like Legends Arceus did it, where sure you had the starters of Rowlet, Oshawott, and Cyndaquil, but the Sinnoh starters were just wandering around in very secluded locations. Piplup was near a little pond. Chimchar was on a little island by itself. Turtwig's like hidden in a little grotto sort of area. So I wonder if it's going to be like that. Yes, I have the anime. Ash did have a Sceptile. Yeah, he did. And he fully evolved it too. It's one of like the few... I don't think he evolved all his starters. There's only like a handful of like actual starters that he did evolve, which is like I think Greninja, Sceptile, Charizard. Is that it? think so. No, he has Torterra, I believe. And Infernape, so... those are fully evolved as well. And... Delphox? Ash didn't have a Delphox. I don't even think Serena evolved her Braixen. Braixen's still like mid-evolution. I'm trying to think if Black and White was like the era where Ash didn't evolve anything, it felt like. He's only got like one or like a couple handfuls of Pokemon that evolved in that region. I think he has a Pignite. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Speaking of the anime, I'm glad they got rid of Ash. Went for a new start. So far, it's been good. Oh, I think I mentioned earlier in the stream, I was wondering if anyone was watching the new anime and what their thoughts were on it. I don't completely hate Ash or anything like that, but it is nice that they're doing a fresh start. The only Ash I hate is Black and White Ash. Boy, did they dumb him down in that one. Like, yes, I know Ash is not exactly the smartest. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but come on. What on earth did they do there? He took brain damage for some of his decisions on that one. I think, was it the most recent versions of Ash? Like the Sun and Moon Ash and the, X and Y Ash is nice too, but some people did complain about him being a bit too serious, but I didn't mind that Ash. Sun and Moon Ash and Journey's Ash were quite close to what Ash is like. Ash needed a break. Yeah. And we've got this new protagonist too now. And that's another thing is that by having a new protagonist, you can at least reset the whole thing about like them being knowledgeable on Pokemon. Because Ash now has like so much under his belt. He's like a veteran. He should know like everything. I adored this art style of Sun and Moon seasons. Yeah, Sun and Moon had some really... I remember how a lot of people were like, oh god, the art style is awful for Sun and Moon. I remember that. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's really expressive and fun. That's kind of what Pokemon is. It's not to be taken terribly seriously. The start has been slow, but it's really good so far. Oh, nice. I have to find some way of looking it up. I hope I don't know, is Quaxley there yet? Is my boy in the anime yet? I do understand, like, the main protagonist has a Sprigatito, which I do like Sprigatito and its evolutions, but, like, see my boy, Quaxley. Alright, time to power in another sandwich. Stars were there pretty quickly. Interesting. I do know my boy Rowlet is in it. Took a while to actually reach Paldea. Yeah, it is interesting what the thing that I know they're doing at least is that they're just like casually put the turtle in, the new legendary. We like legit don't know anything about this turtle like currently, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, he's in the anime, and you're like, wait, what? I thought that was pretty funny. I was just like, whoa, they're introducing that turtle thing like right away. Like, boy, we don't even know, like, what he is in the regular show, and you guys are just, like, casually just gonna drop the turtle into the anime. I want to watch the anime, and it was so epic. Oh, interesting. Attack. Just trying to not get distracted real quick. Let me save my game. Isn't there also something, let me try and remember. What I know is that the girl's name, her name's Liko? Is it Liko or Riko? I think it's Liko, isn't it? Which is funny because the Japanese is like, their L's and R's sound different. Or like, it sounds like the opposite. They say like L's like an R and they say R like an L. How would I know is Vocaloid. But yeah, like, I think the other kid's name's Roy, isn't it? And he's like, casually going... Wasn't it like casually they're going after like Rayquaza or something like that? They just dropped Rayquaza's name at some point. I just remember hearing that Rayquaza had some part in it. I was like, Rayquaza, huh? I'm like, oh look, it's the other poster boy. They're like, oh, we can't have Charizard too much, so let's bring in Rayquaza. Totally not the OP dragon. If there's a boy who's gotten just as much love as Charizard, it's definitely Rayquaza. No doubt about it. I know what you'll say. You're like, oh, Rayquaza's not that liked compared to Charizard. Boy, look at Rayquaza. OP Mega, entire storyline in the remake of Oras. One of the best shinies. There's people letting off fireworks right in front of my house. Aren't they a bit late for that? Ain't it over? The 4th of July? I mean, it's called the 4th of July. Okay, there they are. There's the Tauros we're looking for. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I read the sentence as like, I looked at the sentence very briefly because I had to look for the Tauros, and I unfortunately read that sentence as, there are people letting off fireworks in your house, and I was like, oh god. Also, what time of the day is it for you, Worm? That might also help, because for me, it's like 12 in the afternoon, like, it's lunchtime, so it makes no sense. Oh no, it's not over for a few more weeks here. Oh god. It's like bright as day over here where I'm at. So I'm just like, makes no sense that the fireworks. 10 p.m. Yeah, makes sense. The only thing we hear around here in the middle of the night is, I don't know why, but there's some hooligans like speed racing down the road near our house at like 10 p.m. at night. And one, it's really annoying, like hearing the revving of an engine of a car when you're trying to sleep. But also, it's incredibly dangerous. So you're just like, why are these people doing this? The funny thing is that when we heard the revving, when was it? Did I hear it? I think it was Tuesday this week. I heard the revving of like a car, and I was like, oh boy. And literally, I kid you not, 10 seconds later, I heard a police siren go off, and I was like, finally, they're actually doing something about it. I doubt they'll change much, but they're at least trying. Then again, it's like a very hard thing for the police to really do, because like, how do you exactly stop a car that's going like rocketing down the road without getting yourself hurt? What color the sky is doesn't stop people from lighting fireworks. I want to light so many fireworks that the sky turns back to day. But yeah, it's very inconsiderate, drag races. It's one awful time of the day. Look at that Tauros, he's so small compared to the other ones. He's an itty bitty boy. My area is a guy with the loudest bike ever and has regular. Yeah, that's another thing too. If it's a regular, you're just like, please stop. You're the only person who wants to hear this. Go do it somewhere else, like in the remote desert or something like that. Oh god, yeah. Nothing like the smell of burning rubber in your AC. What a delicious smell that one is. I think some time ago, was it last year maybe? Where people were already starting to go a bit stir crazy from like being locked up for so long due to the big C. We had someone do donuts in front of our house in the middle of the night. We didn't see them or anything like that. It's only when we woke up the next morning and we went out and just saw this like big sort of like circle on our road outside our house that I was like, oh. Okay. Like it in small doses. Yeah, I don't know. I think if it's drag racing, I think it's just too dangerous. Unless it's like one of those sport areas where they're like in a secluded area where they're like doing the thing. far away from everyone else so they do not harm anyone, I'm fine with that. People who, like, do the drag racing on public roads where people are trying to just get home in the middle of the night, absolutely despise that. Reminds me of last summer when neighbors were having a BBQ and the smoke went into my window. Ugh. It's not even the nice smoke either, it's just like it's just the smoke. The smell of fireworks. Well, I mean, fireworks, barbecue, smoke, probably similar, right? Just one of them smells more like gunpowder. But yeah, you don't want to be smelling that coming out of your AC. Oh, I just realized. I went to Zappico to get the sandwich, and then I totally forgot to actually get the thing to evolve the, the mon that we're training up. Oopsies, I guess we'll have to go back there. There's something satisfying about punching all this Tauros, though, I gotta say. I'm still a little miffed that these Tauros caused me to lose a giraffe rig. I could have caught that giraffe rig, then I could have had 2 giraffe rigs, so I could have got 1 Farigarath as well. No! These Tauros had to attack me from every angle where I couldn't escape. You can see one of them charging in and out, airing out my room and opening a door. Yeah. I need to do that occasionally. I actually did that last night, because I was at work all yesterday, so I aired out my room. I just had one of my windows cracked open. And when it became nighttime, I was sitting in my room and I was like, man, even though I'm using my computer and stuff, like, I'm also, like, uploading a video to YouTube, which took forever, and I'm gonna have to do it again to upload some of the Dragon Quest stuff. I was like, man, this room doesn't feel like it's getting any warmer. What's going on here? And thankfully I figured it out that it's because I had my window open all the time. Like all day, but that's why my room wasn't getting any warmer. But I was just sitting in here just like, doesn't feel any warmer. And I was like, oh wait, never mind, I left the window open. No wonder. The winter air is coming in, like, freezing me. We're almost there. We're like around the 2.5 hour mark, and we haven't even touched Delphox. We're just busy cracking open eggs, hunting shinies, doing raids. I mean, I haven't even gone to go and, like... Wait. Are you? Yes, you are. You are a shiny. Anyways, what was I saying again? Sorry, I got distracted by seeing a Tauros that looked different from the other ones. The downside is I've already caught a Tauros as a shiny Tauros. Especially of this one. But we might as well keep him in our shiny box. Save the game. When windows don't open, I have to rely on my door. Oh, okay. Oh, also, if you were wondering, Worm, this is a water breed Tauros. So you can see how he has the different horns and the little water droplet. And he has the weird tail. Fun fact, if you take this particular Tauros out into the water, it actually swims. And the little tail turns like a little motor. It's very cute. It's a shame that that wasn't the shiny, the water breed one, because you can't change the breed of the Tauros once you catch it. Yeah, it's a water buffalo. I can show you the other ones, because I do have them. Just give me one moment. I don't get attacked by a Tauros while I'm trying to talk. I don't know where he is on the list because this is the one downside of this game is it takes forever. Okay. So yeah. This is the regular Tauros. This is the water breed Tauros, where he's got the water typing. And then this is the fire breed Tauros, where his tail's all tied up together. And the horns are pointed more forward. And they're all like this fighting water and fighting fire, I think that's their typing. It's a very unique Tauros. I do like them, they're quite nice. Just wish they were less aggressive. It's so good, yeah. It's crazy that they got like, Tauros got like three different types. They don't evolve into each other, so you have to get them like, you'd have to get them individually if you wanted them shinies. Which I know some people just breed the other two Tauros because the water Tauros and the fire Tauros very rarely show up. So there's no reliable way of like shiny hunting them with a sandwich because you're more likely to get the regular Tauros, as you just saw me get the shiny regular Tauros. See, like over here you can see it's just another group of Tauros and they're all the regular combat breed. Hey, a Girafarig. Yeah, there's a couple of Girafarigs wandering around in this area. This is the area that I unfortunately watched a shiny Girafarig walk away and despawn. It's very heartbreaking. But I think this is also where I caught my own Girafarig to use for my gameplay. When I heard that Farigiraf existed, I made a beeline to make sure I caught myself a Girafarig. Because I really wanted to finally use Girafarig. Even if it meant, like, technically using Farigiraf. And I do like Farigiraf. It's sort of like a little silly sort of mon. Are you a Tauros? I always get worried when it's a Tauros just standing by itself, because I've had, like, times where I've walked up to a Tauros and then it turned into a blob. And I was like, nope, that's a Ditto. Because Ditto can spawn in this area too. I do have the fighting sandwich, so that's sort of... It's only level 1 though, but it should force more Tauros out into the open. As opposed to, like, Ditto. I can hear them, where are they? I think they're all on the cliff to my right. I can hear it in my right ear. I find it so weird that they make it that the trainers disappear when you're battling, but you can still see the Pokeball floating where the trainer is. Like, there's a guy standing there. See? He spawns in. But, like, they just have the ball floating. Why didn't they just get rid of the ball as well? Makes no sense. Oh, God. Oh, God! Apparently there was just a herd of them behind me and they just attacked me just now. Yeah, watch that guy over there. Here he comes. Dun, 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 dun. That's how aggressive they are. They're essentially like... They have the same level of aggression as like the stuff in Legends Arceus. As soon as they see you, they just attack on sight. That would require actually paying the devs. Oh no. Whatever should I do? Can't pay the devs. God, I think it's not just requiring paying the devs, I think it was more giving the devs enough time. That's kind of the big issue right now in the gaming industry, I feel like, is just like... They think that they're on this massive time crunch, they've got to get games out like at max speed, and you're just like, guys, just chill. We don't have to have a game come out every year, sort of thing. Anyways, what do I want to... Might stick the last 4 points in special defense. Yep. All done. Let's head over to Zapico. Oh, actually no, while we're at Port Marinada, we ought to check out the auction place. There was a Rotom there. Shiny Rotom's a nice shiny, but I'll have to shiny hunt it in this game. Even though it shows up in Platinum, it's genderless, so you can't really get it with the cute charm. Lustrous Orb. Oh no! It just vanished! No! It was right here for a moment. Dang it. He just came in a second too late. Pokemon trying to sync everything with merch card, anime stuff. Really bad chord. Yeah. And the thing is that, like, at least in the merch side... Goodness, what is honestly happening in that side? I mean, have you seen the nonsense recently about the new card series that's coming out with Scarlet and Violet? If you're not caught up with the TCG, as they call it, card game, I think they're releasing another set. I don't remember what it's called. Is it called Paldea Evolve? Or something like that? Let me take a look-see. There should be like an indicator of what the set was called. Okay, so they're releasing a set called Obsidian Flames. And Obsidian Flames obviously has Poster Boy Charizard on it, because why wouldn't it have Poster Boy Charizard on it? Well, it has Charmander on it. And everyone's like, oh, I guess this is the new set. And then Pokemon's like, oh, by the ways, we're actually dropping a set called 151, which has every single of the original Kanto Pokemon. With amazing art rares and stuff like that. And they're just like, yeah, we're releasing these. And you're just like, nobody's going to buy Obsidian Flame anymore. Like, over in Japan, they've already released 151 over in Japan, and they're sold out of that stuff. Because not only are they competing with bots and scalpers, just, like, the general hype people want it. And it's gotten to a point where even the Japanese are starting to scalp, which is really sad. Like, you know you're in a bad situation when even the Japanese are starting to, like, scalp people out. Do I have enough Sinistea things? I do. Okay, put that away. Let me double check what we need to do. So, we need to go and give him a Shell Bell. Oh, we should also probably level him up soon. There's my Shell Bell. Chuckle. Yeah, it's a crazy set that's just coming out, and for us, I think it comes out in September for the English version. God, I don't... The amount of chaos that's going to happen is going to be scary. Like, the fact that the Japanese set is already, like, totally sold out kind of goes to show how absurd this is going to be. And like you said, with the syncing of everything, where they're just trying to rush everything, it's really not helping. Where is it? Here it is. It's kind of strange. Look at this. The Malice armor is here. For some reason, the Auspicious armor's down here. Really odd. Why are they not next to each other? Anyways, that's not the point, because we're going to get ourselves a shiny Ceruledge. Let's go. I say that like that, but it's unfortunately a very... There we go. There's the only shiny difference is his eyes. He gets these red-orange eyes. Which is a little sad. It could have been something a bit more impressive, but no. Alright. Okay, let's see. It's time to do movesets. Let me see if there's anything we can teach him. No, we have to level him up. We need to give him Bitter Blade, which is like best fire move for him. Bitter Blade is quite a great move. Use all my candies that I've gotten from the raids. No. Yes, I want Swords Dance. Don't need Ally Switch. There we go. Bitter Blade. Psycho Cut. Don't need Flare Blitz. What we do need... Do I have it, though? Actually, be easier to do this. Learn use TMs. Oh, there it is. I do have a copy of Iron Head. This is what we need. We need this one Iron Head, essentially. Switch those around. This is why we needed to go get them those steel Terror Shards, was literally for this. What should we also call our boy? I want to give this Ceruledge a nickname, since he is a shiny. I should also check what nature we need to have it at. We need the attack up, spec down. We're almost there, guys. We're almost about to do the Delphox raid. Almost. We need this red, isn't it? Dear Lord, $370 for a box of the Japanese set at a local store here. Dang. No, I don't want Golden Go. Adamant Mint done. But yeah, like, it's absurd the price for this box. And they sold out, I think, within, once they like, showed up, if I remember rightly. I remember seeing a lot of people being just so infuriated at the fact that they all just sold out like crazy. I had a similar thing. It's also happening over in the amiibo section. If you're interested in that sort of thing. Steel. I would love to put steel on Golden Go as well, but we need it for the Ceruledge, please. Yes, please. I've never seen real amiibo in stock, only fake ones. Fake ones? Oh, you mean like the cards made of it? Because it's very hard to make a fake amiibo. Like, a lot of people don't tend to make fake amiibos, like the figurines. I assume when you mean fake ones, you're talking about the cards. But yeah, in 13 days, 14 days, basically 2 weeks, the Pyra and Mithra amiibos are coming out. I have thankfully pre-ordered mine, but apparently a lot of people struggled to get it. Because they went on, like, they looked on Amazon to get them, and they sold out like crazy there. And I think they only lasted for half an hour before they all sold out, which is, you know, crazy. I'm gonna call you Crimson because of your eyes. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I have seen a lot of people who they just do that for the cards. I understand if you're a person who just does amiibo competitively or just want to, like, don't care for the collection of it, the cards are useful because it's just the NFC thing. But for me, I personally love the collecting of the figurines and stuff like that. So I'm wanting to get the figurines over the cards. Plus, the cards, you can't really display them and stuff like that. I mean, where are you going to put the cards? In a sleeve? That's kind of the situation that I have with my one Shadow Mewtwo card, the one that you got from, like, the original Pokken back on the Wii U, if anybody remembers that. And I think another disappointing thing about that particular card is it doesn't even scan as a Mewtwo. It's just its own thing. And I was like, dang, I could have had a Mewtwo amiibo on Smash, but nope. Doesn't count. But yeah. Some people are still scared and struggling to get the Pyra and Mithra amiibo. I'm honestly terrified when the Sora amiibo, if it should be coming out. I'm not one of those people who doubt it's not coming out. When that boy is dropped, you're going to have to fight tooth and nail to get it. I honestly believe. Right, let's see. That hyper training up. Another reason why competitive's better in this game is because the hyper training is actually doable in this game. Alright, our Cerule Edge is finally finished. We can do the raid now. It's only taken us like 3 hours. And here I thought this was going to be a quick raid. I didn't realize that I didn't have like any steel terra shards and had nothing, and I was like, oh, maybe I should do a shiny hunt as well. Talk about distracted, eh? But yeah, it's gonna suck. Like, what was it, the recent Zelda amiibos as well? Like, they re-released a bunch of Zelda amiibos, and even they're really hard to find. Thankfully, I got the ones that I wanted. I got the best boy, got the Majora's Mask Link amiibo ages ago when it first came out. As soon as that thing dropped, I was like, it's coming to my collection. I don't care if it doesn't even connect to Smash, because this is before Smash Ultimate. I wanted my boy. My favorite Link. From my favorite Zelda game. Alright, so this should be the raid then. Okay. So I think I know what I have to do to actually beat this raid then. But we'll take a look and see how it is. If I do it first try, then that saves a lot of time. Here we go. Certainly faster than us by the looks of it. Heal. All right. Nothing scary just yet. He's got to use Bitter Blade and Sword Stance one after the other. Especially now that it's put shield up so quickly. Oh, this is gonna suck because I can't cut through the shield and get much health back. Oh, that's unfortunate. I almost had the Terra ready. I wish the Tears of the Kingdom keychain platinum points would come back in stock. It was instantly gone, haven't come back so far. The keychain, huh? What did it look like? I think I got like a tag thing I remember when I pre-ordered the game. I was just curious. Oh, that was a crit, I'm pretty sure. I might have to heal using the heal cheer. Just a little bit of a waste of time. But I'm not getting much health back, unfortunately. And I needed a sword stance one more time. Oh wait, actually, I can Terra now. That should also, like, lessen the damage from Psychic. I still need a Sword Dance once more. See if we can. Let's try one more Sword Stance. Aha! Debated. Maybe Steel typing, but my Splash Fire doesn't allow you to do anything. It was like the Shrine entries circle with a... Oh, ah, okay. Interesting. That's not good. Did do Nasty Plot, so I might clear Smog. Just do a quick clear Smog, see if we can get rid of that Nasty Plot charge. Don't want it doing much damage. Okay, we're gonna try and do some Iron Heads now. We're running out of time. My pre-order, I got a Milk Point that looks pretty cool. Nice. We should be getting recovery from the Shell Bell too. Alright, now we just Iron Head our way to victory. Unless it does that and gets rid of all my Sword Stance. Man, this is me doing this solo and it's taking a while. I do know that some people, like, if you look on the internet, some people just suggest you to use Heatran, but I don't have Heatran in this game. Gotta do it the old-fashioned way. Using Pokemon from this game. Because I haven't transferred any of my legendaries or anything like that. I know you can, but I haven't. Gotta finish it off. A little bit more. Come on. You're wasting my time, Delphox. You know you're stalling. All I have to do is hit you once, and that's it. Alrighty, not my cleanest Terra raid, I'm not gonna lie, but it's done. Alright, what do we want to put it in? I think a heal ball. I know it's not the fanciest ball, but I think it looked nice. Especially since it's a fairy type. Been lazy the last few raids, just taking my Blissey to online spam heals. I mean, if it works, it works. Fire picnic. I don't think I've seen that icon before. When you finally eat the spicy Herba Mystica sandwich. Alrighty. There we go. There's our Delphox. Oh man, that was a rough raid, even solo. I think if I had like actual other people working with me, that might have gone a little bit smoother. I probably should have also used Iron Head a lot more, because I did have the Shell Bell. But yeah. Oh my god, the Spoink just fell down the mountain. Did you just see that? Alright. There's the Delphox. I thought Delphox would be taller, but I guess not. Hopefully they didn't stop bouncing. Yeah, they're okay. They're just a little bamboozled. Oh, interesting. You can see Delphox is covered in snow. The snow effect. Alrighty. First, oh, this is also, I just realized this Delphox is female. I guess it's always female. Anyways, let's put the mightiest mark on them. Part of me is like, do I really want to do another one of those raids? Goodness, that was rough. But I guess if anyone else wants to join, just let me know and I'll do another raid. If not, I'm just going to quickly go back to egg breeding. So, not going to lie, I'm glad it's just one dex entry that says it, so yeah. Oh my god, look at the male one. He's so small compared to all the females. I'm also really mad that, like, I'm pretty sure I spent almost, like, 20 minutes trying to get a male Litleo when I could have easily just looked for a group of, Pyros and just got the male one there. Because I wanted both female and male because they have gender differences. Not gonna lie, I'm glad it's just one. Yeah, I read that already. Let's see. Alright. I'm gonna head back to, might do one more raid and see if I can get a slightly better time on it. And if anyone else is interested in, like, doing the raid with me, they're totally down to join. I just have to go online. Where is the raid? Here it is. It's unfortunately in a really awkward spot. Because it's right next to, well, it's next to, like, the fire scrounge. Scrounge? Yeah. It's next to the fire seal. The fire seal is inside a cave. Like, at the top of a mountain, so it's a bit difficult to get out of. Yeah, there was some interesting fact I saw regarding the the four treasures of ruin. If you look around the locations that they're situated in, you can actually see really interesting things related to, like, I guess, things that they do. Like, for example, here near Chi Yu's one, there's, like, all these weird obsidian blocks and stuff poking out of the mountains caused by Chi Yu's diving into lava and all that nonsense. Let's save the game. Let's go online. And I'll open up a room and I'll just step away for a moment to grab something. So while we're waiting. It's okay if nobody joins. This raid is pretty rough, to say the least, so if you're not prepared, maybe you'd have to go get prepared. It is going to come back in another week as well for those who are still interested in doing it themselves. Plus, there's a lot of guides online to help you with that sort of stuff. Anyways, I'm going to step away for a moment. I will be back. Bleh. I went away to go put some eye drops in, just to help my eyes, and as I was doing it, you know the little ring that's on the lid? That, like, I guess where it holds the lid firm before you open it? Yeah, that thing fell and landed on my face, which was not fun. Alright, I'm gonna go and jump in and get this done. Also, I guess doing it this way refreshes the CPU's mon, so hopefully we get something a little bit better. Staraptor wasn't terribly useful in that raid. Alright, let's see if we can do this slightly better than last time. Oh boy, that Heracross is about to disintegrate. Oh, as well as the Haxorus, I guess. Man, I didn't get a good choice in, like, in partner mons either. Oh my god, seriously? The Spadef drops straight away? That's rough. What the heck? 2 Spadef drops? What is this? This is rigged. I can't even run because this is an online version. Ugh, man. Just gotta do this, I guess. That 2 Spadef drops is so rough. Hey, would you like a free shiny Pokemon? I need to get rid of them. Also, hey, wildlife. I mean, I don't mind shiny Pokemon as long as they're not hacked or anything like that. Would you like anything in return if you do like something like that? Are you kidding me? Did you just see that? Another Spadef drop? Like, what are the chances of all these Spadef drops? Well, something tells me that this raid's gonna not last too long, so just need to get rid of them. It's a very weird way of saying it. I'm gonna take the death here, unfortunately. God, it's gonna chunk away the timer so badly. Ugh, I can't believe 3 Spadef drops. It's so rough. I don't know how long this raid will last, but do you want to trade them via home or just trade them via Scarlet and Violet as well? Yeah, it's a very odd way to say that you need to get rid of them, so just... Do you have, like, too many of them? Were you trying to catch a particular shiny and you just ended up getting a lot of those ones instead? Kinda curious. Let me know. Because, I mean, we're gonna have to sit here and do this, so... Don't worry, our luck in this raid is... Oh, yeah, I just have too much. Yeah, we're not winning this raid, unfortunately. I mean... goodness. It went so south so quickly. I haven't even chipped any of its health. And it's not like my teammates are doing anything. I'm not gonna even bother terastallizing because of just... We've already lost this. What shiny were you trying to get, by the way? Just curious. What are you playing on? I am playing Violet. Just kill me, Delphox. So I don't know how this... I thought the first round we did it was rough, and then suddenly this happens? Like, goodness gracious. Well, it's a good thing we got the Delphox the first time around. Alright, you guys want to watch us get obliterated by Delphox? Because that's what's going to happen. Yeah, we'll attack one more time, just for the heck of it. I was trying to get some shiny Charizard, but I got a lot of them. Huh, interesting. Did you, like... I assume the only way you can legitimately get is from breeding, so did you just breed a bunch of them and you got them? Oh, I guess thank you so much for the follow. Okay, there we go. This raid is finally over. What a terrible raid that was. That went so poorly. Love how me and AJ's Kirby's were right next to each other and they're dancing in sync next to each other. Looks so good. But they have a lot longer dancing animation compared to the little hammers I made. Alright. I'll quick... Yeah, I maxed 2 because I was bored. Okay. I'll just run over here and grab something. You. The others in, just give them away. Alright. Here's a Numel, I guess. Saw a glimpse of it, not gonna lie, first time I saw the Kribos to do that. Oh yeah, I've seen them occasionally. But like, because I locked it that the Kirbys can't be acquired until you've stayed in the chat for a little while after following, there's not as they're a little bit more rarer. Alright, Poke Portal. Wait. See the code. Let me let me just put the Numel in the box real quick. Let's put you here. Alright, give me 1 sec, I'll get that code in. You gotta be careful when you have really very obvious codes, because I've had times where I linked up with someone who wasn't even the person I was trading with. We'll see. Alright. Is this you? Just want to double check. Wildlife? Assume it is. Okay, I just want to double check. Not that it would really matter, you'd just be getting a Numel. If it wasn't you. I'm surprised you have like multiple Charizards. I would have thought that you might have done like something where you got like a shiny Charmander and Charmeleon. Like had the whole evolutionary line if you were going for like a shiny deck sort of thing. Let's take a look at it real quick. It does look a little suspect, but I'm gonna give the benefit of a doubt and say that... Ah, that's why. This looks like a Hackmon. Because it's from Shiny Hub T. I was gonna say, I was like... And having like best in every stats was a bit of a giveaway on that one. Well, unfortunately, I will not keep it because I'm not one for shiny hacked mons. Unfortunately, that's the one my friend gave, and I'm assuming either your friend got it from someone else or your friend hacked it. So let's hope it's the latter. Not the latter, the first one. Okay, I'm gonna try this again because I'm upset of how badly that went. Yeah, I probably won't be keeping the Charizard because I'm not a fan of like having incredibly hacked mons. It takes the fun out of it, especially when you try to shiny hunt yourself. So, if anyone wants it in the chat, you'll just let me know. Otherwise, I'll probably just get rid of it. But thank you anyways for the gift, I guess. But yeah, I think I said earlier that I'm not a fan of like anything that's like hacked and stuff. And that one is very clearly hacked. Alright, hopefully the Delphox doesn't hit us with like Spadef drop twice. I'd be really annoyed. I think this Arcanine just got Leer. Alright. That. Heal up using a heal cheer. Because I don't trust myself to get enough healing from Bitterblade anymore. Ah, that's so annoying. Gonna get our orb back. Just need to be able to Terror now. was gonna say, I was like, better not get rid of my Terra. I still need one more? Goodness. How many more do I need to do? Right, so Iron Head should work now. Alrighty. We're doing a lot better than last time. We're still at the halfway mark. Bit of a hiccup earlier, but still okay. No Spadef drop, please. Okay. It was a crit, but at least it's no Spadef drop. That. I'll use one bit of blade. Ah, another crit! Goodness! This Delphox is so annoying. This fight reminds me of like how some people were saying the Cinderace fight was apparently really awful. Wow, this Delphox is critting us constantly. And just one Swords Dance, and then just go for Iron Hit again. Nope, don't care about that Will-O-Wisp. Just focus on the Iron Heading. Gotta hope that we do it in time. Problem is our partners are just doing absolutely nothing to help us here. I might go. Do I have enough time to do another Swords Dance, or should I just go for it? I think I'll do one more Swords Dance. It's gonna be very tight. Especially now it's attacking twice, so it's like wasting my time. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it in time. I literally need to hit one more time. And it's gonna attack twice, so it's gonna waste time. Yeah, ran out of time. Man, that fight's tough. I do have it, so I don't have to worry about it. But God, that's really tough, especially. I know some. Yeah, it didn't help that like the partner Pokemon, like two of them were instantly killed constantly, and the other one was just doing no damage. Oh well, I guess this will not be a raid that I will be grinding, unfortunately. It's just how the cookie crumbles, I guess. And I'm not going to be transferring over a single mon. I got it done, so I'm fine with that. And also the fact I caught a shiny and got a Ceruledge is fine as well. Because I don't have shiny Ceruledge, I only have the shiny Charcadet sitting in home. So I'm totally fine just letting it go. So, good luck to the rest of you guys who have to do it eventually. But yeah, I've seen Heatran being the big one to take. Because obviously Heatran is part steel already. Alright, let's... Time to go back to some egging. Hatch more Rowlet eggs. Honestly, I thought I would have a little bit more time to do BDSP, but I don't know. I am quite busy today, so it might not be a good day to do any BDSP stuff. I can always do it before I start my Legends stream, so it's no biggie. Because unfortunately, I am quite booked in for today. But I still wanted to get the stream done because I wanted to get that Delphox out of the way. Because last time was the whole Chestnut incident, we'll call it. And, you know, that was terribly not fun. So we need... Whoops. We need 4 eggs, was it? Because I need... Well, actually I only need 2 for myself, so... I guess 3 eggs we'll need. So we'll probably just have to sit here for a minute and that should give us... the eggs that we want. It was Worm that you wanted... Worm's gone at the moment. Just checked to see if Worm was still here, but it looks like they are not here anymore. Oh well, I have to make sure to give Worm one of them. I believe that's what they wanted. Then we'll just hatch a bunch of the Rowlet eggs that I have. And I think we'll call that the end of this small stream. That's kind of what these weekends are now becoming, is just like... They're just sort of like a little stream for me. Nothing too special, just a little itty-bitsy stream. Because usually I'm streaming Monday, Wednesday. And it just happens to be that today is just a busy day for me. There we go. It's exactly 3. We needed. Alright, so we need to put Ditto away. We need to grab our good old Talonflame. Delphox. Actually, where am I going to put Delphox? It's crowded in here. What I might need to do is grab these Rowlets. Move them here. And then we can put Delphox right here. Alright, here we go. Back to the usual grind of hatching Rowlets in a moment once we get these Fennekin done. Oh yeah, it's a nice enough mon. I do like how the ears, you can really see the fur texture on them. I'd be so angry if the monkey paw gave me, like, out of these 3 eggs, one of them was shiny. I'd be, like, so annoyed. I would throw the game for a moment. But I don't think that's going to happen. But you never know. I hatched a shiny Honedge in 1 egg when I wasn't even after it. Alright. There we go. There's all our Fennekin. All male. Oh, nice. All 3 of them have the hidden ability, which is good. And we just need to evolve one of them. Ooh, I do like the animation of Breakson pulling out the stick. And it looks like the tail also loses those little spikes on them when it does that. That's a nice attention to detail. Alright. Do that, and then I need to put this Fennekin over in here for now. Alrighty. We'll just call this extra Mons as well. We'll call it number 2. Change wallpaper. Get that one, so we'll use this one. Alright. Back on the grind. Here we go. Rowlet round 2, baby. It is a shame that that Delphox raid is a bit tedious, I guess. I feel like if I had a better Mon setup, it might have been easier, but I don't really. I've heard some people using other things like Belly Bolt and Armor Rouge, which I can't really do Armor Rouge because I only have that one piece of armor which I got from somebody, and I'm not going to waste it on that unless I go and hunt another shiny Charcadet. I like one that's like, update, best Pokemon to solo it. Oh, just casually Steel type Arceus? Like, bro, I haven't even got Arceus. Like, I do have him in Legends Arceus, but like, I'm not moving him all the way up from there to like, get it. I technically can still also get the shiny Arceus, well, not the shiny, just the regular Arceus and Shining Pearl. But I want to try and, I think I want to shiny hunt for those 3. Though it's going to be a very, like, tedious task because I don't know how they managed to make it that the shiny charm doesn't work in that game. Like, how? How did you mess that up? Like, the fact that the shiny charm only works for Masuda methoding is just wild in Shining Pearl. Like, you can't even use it, like, in the wild just running into Pokemon. It only works for, like, egg breeding. Which is so dumb. So you'd have to full odds the shinies in those games if you wanted to get them. And also just like the fact that the mystery gifts are gone. I do have the mystery gift for Shaman and Darkrai, I believe, in my original file for Shining Pearl, but I haven't gone to those things yet. And it's just crazy that you just no longer can get those. It was such a small window. I think I only just got the Darkrai in time. Before it, like, vanished. So if you want to get shinies of those two Pokemon, well, hopefully you got those, event tickets back when they came out, because they're not there anymore. Man, what a blunder Shining Pearl was, and Brilliant Diamond. Everyone was so hyped for a remake of, like, the Gen 4 games. They were it was like the biggest, like, what was it, the biggest hype thing for, like, the longest time. Everybody and their mother was asking for Gen 4, and we finally get it, and it's BDSP, and the quality of BDSP is just dog water compared to something like Heart Gold or Soul Silver and Oras in terms of remakes. Like, how did you mess it up so badly? I went back to, like, give it a little bit of a go, I think, because I wanted to get some Pokemon for my living decks in home. And I was like, man, the bike feels so awful to use. Like, it's... After coming off of things like Scarlet and Violet, as well as, like, Legends Arceus and even, like, Sword and Shield, the bike in BDSP is just awful. Which is such a shame. And then again, like, why would you also breed in those games is another thing too. I think there's only like a very small selection of mons that would be worth breeding in those games compared to like Sword and Shields, or even like here in Scarlet and Violet. So there is a couple of mons you can breed. I know if you were lucky enough to get the Manaphy egg and the Fione, you can breed for a shiny Fione. But that's all I can really think of. But another bad thing is you can't even trade Fione in that game. Like, no legendaries and stuff can be traded via Wonder Trade in that game, which is just as bad too. Which I've only found out about that because some guy wanted to get the entire Sinnoh decks using only, like, trades over the Wonder Trade. And that's how he found out that you couldn't trade, like, things like Fione and as well as, like, other legendaries. Apparently they're too special to be traded. And that sort of ruined the fun, considering back in the day you could trade legendaries and stuff like that. I should check if any of these Rowlets have the full IVs. I doubt it, but you never know. Ah, this tree. I wish it wasn't there. I feel like I run into that one way too many times. Yeah, I don't know what to do also with this Charizard. It's clearly hacked. I think I'll probably just delete it like I usually do with these type of things. It's kind of crazy how, I guess, minimal the check is for these type of mons. Like, it's so easy to hack mons and just send them through Wonder Trade. I think I've gotten at least 5 hacked mons over Wonder Trade in this game. You can clearly tell they're hacked because 1, they're shiny, 2, they're often holding very rare items like Master Balls or Ability Patches, and they have like some website as their name. While that Charizard doesn't have it as its name, the user name is definitely something that's very hacked. I know, I think there is somebody who is doing a living dex, I think cast form, of shinies, and I don't think he cares too much about hacked mons, because I've looked at his shiny dex when he showed me, and there's clearly a couple of mons that have like names that are definitely based off hacked websites. But yeah, I am definitely fully against hacked mons. Hacked shinies at least. It just takes the fun out of it. Like, shiny Pokemon are special because they're kind of rare. If you just hack the shiny onto it, then what's the point? I do say that as weirdly as I am doing RNG manipulation, but that took me time to do. Hacked mons you could probably just type in a line of code and stuff and then that's it. Anyways, I guess we'll continue to circle around. Also, actually, I was planning to do the Dynamax raids today. It was only because I found out about the Delphox thing last minute that I was like, oh, I should probably do the Delphox thing. Because there's been no indication if any of these raids are coming back. Because, what was the first one was Charizard, and we still haven't seen another Charizard raid since. So I don't know what Game Freak is planning to do with these raids. Which feels like a bit of a mess, because it basically means that if you didn't get the Charizard, or like any of the other mons, like when they came out, you just missed out on a sort of exclusive mon with the mightiest mark. Which I did miss out on 2 of them, being Charizard and Cinderace, because when they came out, I was still playing through the game. So I had no access to all those candies, all those like level 100 mons. And there are still people, I think, just picking up the game as well, or haven't really looked into the Terra Raid stuff, so they missed out as well. And without any indication of, like, a rerun, who knows? Oh, that's awesome. Add to the counter. Gotta make sure I keep up with that. Last time I did this, I actually forgot to add to the counter and I had to, like, recheck. Can't do that anymore because we're started in the middle of the amount. Oh, goodness. Some sort of thing vibrating along the road nearby. You can just hear the sort of thumbing of it. I feel kind of bad that I'm not currently able to think of anything right now, because I think the exhaustion's starting to kick in, because I did wake up a little bit earlier than usual due to getting things ready before the stream. So I'm just like, I don't really have much to talk about. I think I burnt all my conversation like skills like at the beginning of the stream. But we still have quite a few eggs to go, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure we have like 2 boxes left. And I want to try and hatch them all. Because, unfortunately in this game you can't really mass release. So, it's probably better that I can hatch them all and then put them all in home and wonder trade them there, because one, you get more variety on wonder trading on home, plus you can also mass release them, so it saves a lot of time than just me picking through this one by one. And unfortunately, like, also probably best to do it on home because you're less likely to run into a hacked mon on home than on here. Plus I need to get all the apricorn ball marks over in home. Am I just noticing this? I can see these like little frame markers. Were they always there? Maybe I am really getting tired, goodness. I was just looking at them, I'm like, were they there always? I don't remember. Oh, thunderstorm, I think. Get a little bit more lag on top of our lag. I don't know why, but it feels like it thunderstorms very frequently in this game. Guess in case you want your ASMR of thunderstorm. Ba-da-ba-dum, ba-dum. Hey Kirby, hey there RPG. We're currently just hatching some Rowlet eggs. Oops, I also realized I forgot to do the counter last time. We are quite a ways through hatching a bunch of Rowlets. Oh, actually we have 4 boxes worth of Rowlet eggs to do. We basically, throughout the stream, we hatched a bunch of Rowlet eggs at the beginning. And then we did the Delphox raid, which took us a little while to get done. A lot of Rowlets, yeah. Gotta get me my shiny. Which has been refusing to show up for some reason. But we did that. We also shiny hunted Charcadet and managed to get one with a sandwich that we got from some bitter Herba Mystica we picked up in a steel Terror raid to get enough steel shards in order to do the Delphox raid, which we only barely completed too, which is kind of rough. But yeah. We're just winding down the stream with, like, hatching some Rowlet eggs. Because, unfortunately, I am busy today, so I can't really stay on for too long of a time. Or more than, like, the usual amount of time. Usually these streams are quite short, because all you have to do is just do the raid. And I was going to do it a couple of times, except the raid is really annoying. So I thought, yeah, why not? We'll just go back to hatching Rowlet eggs and get all these Rowlet eggs done. Because I've got a ton, as you've probably seen. And I'm not in the mood to switch over to over to Sword and Shield to do some Dynamax raids at the moment. I'll probably just do that as a clean new stream next week, where we're going to try and see if we can get the last few Pokemon we need, which, if I remember rightly, that's the Tarpus. I think we're missing 3 of the Tarpus, and Necrozma. I think that's all we really need. But I said I was going to just hunt all the other mons that I can as well. And then, once that Sword and Shield's done, we'll move on to Legends Arceus on our next adventure to getting closer to completing the home decks. Because Legends Arceus has quite a good chunk of Sinnoh legendaries that we need, and Sinnoh mythicals. But it's Legends Arceus, I've played it before. I did stream it on this this channel when it first came out. But that was a while ago, and that was also back when I didn't save the VODs, so you guys get to watch me play it again, I guess. Except I know what I'm doing this time, hopefully. But it's going to be a bit of a tough run, because we're going to have to try and get our way all the way up to Arceus. And in order to do that, we need to go catch pretty much everything in that game. And I believe you need to get everything to rank 10 in order to, like, also unlock Arceus. You can't just catch things all willy-nilly. So it's certainly going to be a bit of a grind, but there are a couple Pokemon we need there. The only downside is we're going to have to do it twice, because of a specific Pokemon, because I need both forms of them. That's the thing that's going to take us a while. No, you just need to catch everything? Oh, okay, I thought you needed to get at least level 10, if I remember rightly. Regardless, some of them are going to be a little tough to get, which are going to be things that are related to the time-space portals. I think those are going to be the hardest things to catch. That's like what the Magnemites, the fossils. At least I don't have to do a living dex in that game. I did do a living dex in my old one. Oh, okay, so the plus 10's for the shiny charm. Gotcha. Hey Mimikyu, good to see you. We're just how's it going? It's going okay. We're just discussing some stuff that I'm planning on doing stream-wise, which is getting ready to play Legends Arceus. Eventually, once we clear out the last of the Dynamax raids, because I am working towards that home living form dex. Activated my spider senses to wake up and say hi. Aw. Thank you so much for even just dropping by and saying hi. It's been a while. It's always nice just to say people to just come in, talk a little bit. Gives me things to like focus on, because my energy level is starting to dip at the moment. Cool, Legends Arceus. Yeah, we're going back to Legends Arceus. I did stream it, and I'm going to stream it again. And I think specifically, the Pokemon we need from Legends Arceus is like mostly just the mythicals. But before we go into Legends Arceus, we're going to jump over to Shining Pearl, because there's exactly one Pokemon I need in that game. That's it. It's 5:30 AM. Oh goodness, it's early for you. It's about past lunchtime for me. But unfortunately I can't stay too long streaming, because it's my dad's birthday today. So I have to go and finish off making the cake for him. I basically woke up early this morning to like get the cake in the oven and get it all cooked and cooling. So all I have to do is just trim it and then slap it together. Happy birthday to your dad. Yeah, he's not much of a celebrating sort of person, but Mum's like, make sure you make something for him, and I was like, yeah, don't worry, I will. It just so happens to be that I wanted to get the stream done due to due to the Delphox raid. It's 10:32 for me. So it's quite late for you as well, RPG. Counter. Yeah, time zones are annoying. It's a big reason why I started streaming at 9:30 a.m. over here in Australia. Was so that people could at least stay up a little late. Well, they didn't have to stay up as late. That was one of the big things, because I noticed a couple of people who were coming in on my streams were like, oh yeah, it's just 12 at night for me. I was like, dang, it's late for you guys. So I was like, maybe I should start earlier so that they're able to stick around longer. And by the way, how's it going? 11:30 p.m. squad, yeah. Or you people. All you people out there neglecting sleep. Then again, I mean, I don't get to sleep till about 10 or 11 too, so I can't criticize that. Like, I can't imagine what would it be like for me to do a stream at night for me. One, because my parents probably wouldn't allow me that because they're quite close to my room, and if I was playing a game where it was high energy, I'm pretty sure that they would be very, very upset if I did anything like that while they're trying to sleep. And also, I'd be exhausted, I think. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll consider trying to stream at night for myself and see what it's like for you guys. It'd be a very one-off thing, though. What, sleep? Never heard of it? Yeah, so sleep, from what I've been told, it's where your body pretends to be dead, and it stays like in this pretend state of deadness for like about a couple of hours, and then it just gets up. And then, like, when you're pretending to be dead, occasionally you'll have hallucinations where you'll see all sorts of weird imagery that can relate to real life or the fake life, I guess. That your body just matches with the memories you have. So yeah, that's what sleep is, apparently. Is it a Pokemon? There is a Pokemon that's, what was it? Snorlax's name's called Relaxo, I think. In some language, I don't remember which one. So he probably knows what sleep is. And nice, we got a little bit of a star catch. I should find some way to have a thing set that people can, like, duel each other. That's something I don't have set at the moment. I really should start playing around a bit more with stream avatars and stream elements. See if I can get things working, you know? Because I know there's a couple of things like this. Was it the slots, dueling? I think you can do other things as well. But I just haven't touched really much into the terms of like stream elements and whatnot. There's a lot of things I should be doing, but I keep getting procrastinating them. So apologies on my behalf of me procrastinating a lot of things. By the way, it's great news. I reached affiliate 2 days ago. Oh, nice. Congratulations. I know somebody in my friend's Discord stream was like working towards affiliate. I'm not sure where I am at in terms of going to affiliate or whatnot. I don't even know where I can check that sort of thing. Oh, here we go. Affiliate. Meet all 4 requirements. Yeah, I see. So literally the thing that's stopping me from going into affiliate is that I don't have enough viewers at the same time. The average of viewers have to be 3. I'm at 2.7. Woo. I honestly don't really mind too much whether I go affiliate or not, to be honest, because I'm just like thankful that people are even dropping by or even just watching the VODs afterwards. Man, I'd like to help more. Yeah, It's just the time zone is just a big issue, and just still a little unknown out there. Just watching these Kirby's fly. Just be careful you don't fly too far, or you might get stuck behind my caricature. Because there's a little... What you guys can't see is there's a little tiny area underneath where the chat is. Where I put all the bots there once I ban them. Little bot jail. If you use the bombs incorrectly, you might end up flying up there and I wouldn't have a clue that you're up there. And I know my friend the Alchemist, they're doing a donation stream tomorrow. Which is really cool considering how far they've gotten. Because they've gotten like, I think they're at 900 followers, which is really cool. And they're doing a big donation stream where they're hoping to get certain incentives to go towards a 24-hour stream and other things. So I wish them a big amount of luck for that, because I will be contributing to that as well. Yeah, it was not my goal either, especially since I started to stream this month, so I didn't even expect to see people on my streams. Yeah, that's what I was in the mentality too for the longest time. I was really worried about streaming when I first did it. I was like, oh, I don't know if people are going to watch me. I don't know if I can talk for that long, which at first it was the case. I could barely hit 3 hours before I was like, I can't talk any longer. I'm actually just wearing out. But in the end, it was worth it, you know? Because I got to meet a lot of people that, even people who aren't even part of the Alchemist's Discord, a lot of people just dropped by and was like, oh, hey, I enjoy watching your stuff, or like, they would talk and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. And they're like from people from all over the world too. Like yourself, Mimikyu. Thank you for saying that I am cool. I am glad that I am somewhat cool. Also, I love the little Kirby sitting pose that Kirby's doing. It's very cute. Itty bitty Kirb. My sandwich is out. I'll just run over to that area and then... Kebes, yeah. Whoever made the Kirby's are quite nice sprites. I know the background is also made from the same package that the Kirby's come in from. And then hopefully I can update my little... I'm happy I woke up this early today. Yeah, I think, considering what you said the time is, I think if you'd woken up like an hour or so later, I probably would have been heading off. So it's nice that you dropped by, even just to say hello for like a little while. Alright. Still got probably one more sandwich, so that would be another half an hour, and then I think that will be it for today. Whoop. Kind of unfortunate that now that I've got all the sandwiches that I have to scroll down just to get further. Also, I'm not even sure if I'll... It'd be funny if I do go affiliate and I just don't even realize it because I'm just too busy, like, looking at something else. And then there's this path to partner. 2 of the 3 requirements. Oh yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. I was just looking at what this path to partner is. You need to get like 75 viewers of an average. I'm like, yikes, that's a big one. It's not happening anytime soon, we'll say. Yeah. It sounds pretty rough. Considering even like my friend Crescent is like got 900 followers and I don't know what their average is, but I don't think it's as high as like 75. Not that they're a bad person or with streaming stuff. It's just like getting 75 like average viewers, you'd probably have to be like one of the big heads to like actually get like that many. Get a message on Twitch, you'll see it. Okay, nice. Sorry if I didn't show up for a while. I had a lot of stuff to do for the past like 3 months, so it's really hard to come. No worries, Mimikyu. like, I can understand that not everyone has time to, like, you know, show up and stuff like that. Partners feels impossible. Yeah, it looks impossible. I'm already happy with what I have. Yeah, I'm happy even if I don't have, like, I'm not at affiliate yet either. I'm just happy I'm just doing this as a hobby and I get to talk to some random people every so often. Whether it be talking about what's happening in the world or just what video games. And welcome back, Worm. As I saw that you'd dipped for a little while. I got you the Fennekin, by the way, Worm, that you wanted. So I'll be moving it over to home in a moment. That's another thing I should do. I should get my emotes more set up. I only have like a couple of personal ones. Got to do an art stream at some point. I just got to figure out like some background music so you guys don't get bored while I'm just drawing lines and being like, "Oh no, the shading is awful. What have I done?" It means what? No worries, Worm. It also, when I hatched those eggs, all three of them had the hidden ability, so you'll be able to get the hidden ability one too. I was wondering why the game like stopped. I was like, why isn't my menu opening? It just turns out the egg was hatching. By the ways, I'll travel to Italy in like 3 days, and probably not have no internet. So if you don't see me in the next 6 weeks, it's normal. No worries, Mimikyu. Hopefully, you'll be able to see the VODs at some point. Even if you don't have internet, I'll eventually, if I stop procrastinating, I will get these VODs over onto YouTube. It's just YouTube's being silly at the moment when it comes with like me putting VODs on. I recently tried to upload 2 VODs. One of them was of what was it? The Iron Leaves raid that had the re-release, and I think plus the Chestnut raid put together. And then also I tried to upload, I think, one of the Pokemon Sword videos, the most recent one. And because they were both in 2 different folders at the time, I just, you know, clicked and dragged them separately in. And YouTube was like, "Oh, I see, you want to put these 2. We're going to upload them at the same time. That's totally not going to delay everything." And it took all day for them both to get up on there. And I was like, oh my god, I have the Dragon Quest stuff I need to put up on there as well. Why are you doing this to me? I'll try to work on my art for my Twitch, like emotes and just my tuber. Yeah, that's what I need to do too. I need to make some emotes for Fia. From my little character over here to the side. I do have like, I think, two of them on the Alchemist Discord, just as a little funsy sort of thing. I have done a lot of emotes for their Discord. And I was like, wait, I have to do something for myself. What am I doing? Yay! We got it! Yeah. Oh, it doesn't have the hidden ability, but that's okay. We got the green boy. Now I have to decide which Decidueye to evolve him into. I think I want to make him the Hisuian one, but yeah. I guess that would mean I have to hatch more Rowlet eggs. Okay, let's see. So I put it up to 275, and that was like what, the second one there. So we got him in 277 eggs. Let's put him over here in the shiny box. So yeah, today's been pretty good with shinies. 3 shinies. 1 hunted, 1 hatched, and 1 random encounter. Let me save. No one distract me. I'm gonna save. Okay. Kickbird. It's pretty awesome, but it's Bowbird. Yeah. We need the smile emote. Oh, like the similar one, the smug emote I have for like my character. I'm a big fan of how it turned out, to be honest. So I think we need a smug one. I think you just need a big, good set of like emotions, because I know of the emotes that I have on here, I only have like 7, I think. They have the default one, a smug one. I have this blushy one here. The Met one, which I use quite frequently. The sad one, shocked one, Angie. I could definitely use with more, for sure. But I think a smug emote's really great as well. We're going to hatch the rest of these eggs because there is a chance we could get another one. I'm not going to discount on that. But I will have to write down that I got it in 277 somewhere so that I don't forget. Let me just quickly write it down. I threw something out by accident because my controller hit something while I put it down. If you give us the scare emote, you gotta give us the opportunity to use it. No, I don't like where you're saying that. I'm not playing any horror games anytime soon. You'd have to pay me a big amount to get me to play horror games. I'm pretty sure I would die. Unless you guys really want to watch me, like, die on stream. I remember getting 2 shiny Sprig Boys in my 17th and 32nd egg. That scared me. Wow, super lucky. We sort of got lucky like that too when we were hatching the Scyther eggs just for the sports ball, and by complete luck, I guess, we ended up getting it. Just put you here so we can see where you were. Let's get the rest of these eggs done. But I think we had a similar thing that happened with the Wooper egg. We hatched the shiny Wooper, and then I think 20 eggs later we got a second one, so we could evolve one into Quagsire. Which is super good. Probably ate all my luck for the next 2 years, I know what you mean. I have a feeling like that too, where it took me ages to get a shiny I wanted, because I used up all my luck on all these other shinies. Let me see. There's a lot I have to read here. Let me see. Emote I did. Oh, so you made a little cat emote. Based off a real cat a person asked for. That's nice. All the little commissions. I know I've had a couple of commissions over from The Alchemist to do a bunch of the emotes on their Discord for all their OCs and stuff. Completely free. Nice. I don't charge too much for the emotes because they're quite small, so I think it wouldn't cost too much. And I have made a couple for free as well on their Discord because they were doing little events or just to celebrate that they reached a milestone. And because they're a friend of mine, they're a close friend of mine. My favorite emote, just the Charmander gun. I think I've made a gun emote, didn't I? I made 2 of them for my friend Crescent. I've seen some people use them in the chat occasionally. I need to play more horror games. I have plenty. I have the Call of Cthulhu game. I just need to finish Soma. Yeah, I'm not too big on the horror games, which is funny because I've watched some horror games, but playing them is a whole nother story. I see Blainarade just came back. You just missed out on the shiny Rowlet. We got it in 277 eggs. But yeah, like, oof, horror games. I can't play. Like, I can barely do stealth games, like stealth related stuff. I hate stealth in video games. It's a big reason why I preferred Tears of the Kingdom over Breath of the Wild, because there's no mandatory stealth section, which I was like, thank God. I've seen some people say that, wait, that's part stealth required? I think some people literally just didn't go to that area and came back with like full powerful weapon and just wiped out the entire thing. Love a good stealth mechanic. I'm the opposite. I despise stealth. It's a big reason I never finished Skyward Sword, is because that game is half of its stealth, and I'm like, no! I don't like timed stealth missions. Probably saw what my favorite emote is. The bongo cat. Oh yeah, that's right. The FNUF movie. Can't wait for FNUF. It's gonna be great. Honestly, I wonder how it's gonna do. right now we're sort of in the stage where movies have been kind of meh for a little while. Though I think there's a big reason for that is just like a lot of them are rather generic in their story plot. And they're just coming and like going to the movies is so expensive, let's be real. I went to the Mario movie recently and I wanted to buy some snacks and I was like, "Oh god, getting a bag of these is so expensive." So I wanted to get like I think I wanted to get a bottle of water or something like that and I was like, "Yikes, this is expensive." And they don't allow you to take outside food, though. There are plenty of people who probably sneak in outside food. Maybe I should have as well, because it would have been cheaper. But yeah, it's so expensive to go to the movies nowadays. Nah, the Spider-Man was great. Yeah, don't worry, I don't doubt that. There's been some good movies, but like there was Puss in Boots came out recently. The Spider-Verse movie apparently was really good, and I haven't watched it, but I'm looking at the art style. It's amazing. Yeah, always sneak the food in. Yeah, because it's too expensive. They charge you like $8 for like a packet of lollies, and you're just like, I could just get the same packet downstairs in Woolies for like $2. Why are you charging so much? I doubt you got this food from like the Garden of Eden or something. But yeah, those movies are totally fine. They're good movies. And, what was that? That new Netflix one, Nimona, that's getting a bit of traction as well. But, like, some other recent movies have been, like, really meh. I will give you, like, 3 examples. So, do you guys remember the, Elementals? You know that movie that just came out recently? And I remember seeing the trailer, I think for the first time when I went to go see the Mario movie, and I was like, wow, this doesn't seem that interesting to me. That's all I thought. I was like, this sounds like a storyline that we've done to death. Like, it's one of those storylines. 2 people who come from two different backgrounds. Oh no, how would they interact with each other? And how would their parents think about this? Come on, we've heard that one so many times. It's not interesting. You need to work harder if you're going to use that storyline. It's so boring. You can get a bigger bag of candy from a gas station, cheaper than the small bags. Yeah, that as well. God. Recently, it was on the news about a packet of lollies over in our movie theaters, where it was like $8 for like a 150-gram bag. So it's like even the tiny little bag, and they're like, what? And people are like, why is this so expensive? I think I was just like, no. Welcome to Disney budget movie, Lifetime movie. It wasn't even Disney. Elementals was, I think that's Pixar. Oh god, the One Piece Netflix adaptation. God, no. Sorry, but I do like One Piece. I don't watch all the One Pieces, but I like One Piece enough not to look at the live action. But yeah, I think, yeah, Elementals, was it Pixar? I remember it's not Disney, I don't think. That's how little I care about it. Is the fact that I don't even know what company made it. No, it is Disney, okay, I was thinking of something else. I just needed to fact check real quick before I said anything silly. But yeah, I saw the trailer and I was like, this seems kind of boring. Another movie is that Ruby Gilmore, I think Ruby Gill something, the Teen Kraken movie, you know, that one. That was another movie which I was like, okay, but it didn't really grab me either. And apparently, from what's been told, it's flopping as well. And then there's apparently another Indiana Jones movie. That was a shock. I was like, wait, there's another one? Is Harrison Ford still able to make movies? He's getting on in the ages. But yeah, there was apparently another one of those movies, and I was like, I don't know, I haven't heard anything about this movie. I only just saw it casually, just one poster, and I'm like, maybe I'll wait and see how it is. But apparently, yeah, it's been considered an incredible flop. They, like, lost millions on it. So, yeah. Big fan of One Piece to watch it. Yes, gonna totally watch that too. Yeah, I mean, if you have fun with those type of movies, I would say go watch them, but like, yeah, apparently the companies have currently lost a lot of money on these recent movies. And I can understand why, because I mean, you guys, we've been trapped in like our houses for ages and been watching off Netflix and stuff like that. Why on earth would we like want to watch at the movie theater where it costs us so much money when we can just sit at home and watch it on a really big screen TV? Like, I do understand that the cinema is definitely a bigger experience. Like, I enjoyed the movie, the Mario movie, when I went there. And the theater has its own special feel to it, but like, boy, does it cost a lot of money. You have to be completely like, I want to go see this if you're going to go watch a movie. AF... In fact, it was both dropped, but Disney is actually the one that dropped the ball. Yeah. Imagine Disney dropping the ball. I haven't heard that one before. Also, there's like, what, the live-action Little Mermaid movie coming out as well? Is anyone actually going to go see that? Like, I have nothing against, like, the choices of... Because I know some people got upset about the choice of actress, but, like, for me, there's two things that will make me not watch it. One, I'm not a fan of how Disney is just making all their old movies into live action. The original animation is fine, and it still holds up today. Just stick with it. And two, I just don't like The Little Mermaid in general. Like, it's not my favorite Disney movie. I think it's down there at the bottom for me. I was just like, nah. And I also saw, like, one scene of, like, her playing with, like, Flounder, and Flounder's, like, a hyper-realistic fish. And she's just holding him by the fins, and it looks like she's about to tear his fins off. I'm just like, Disney, that looks really bad. Perhaps you may want to reconsider. You can't do cartoonish characters with realistic graphics. It's just so weird. Let's see, me watching all the Evangelion in one day instead of watching those movies. Oof. Evangelion's massive. I got to see the first recent Godzilla movie in IMAX. That rocked. Oh, nice. I think sometimes some movies just work well because they're just dumb fun. But, like, at some point, it's going to get to a point where we're just going to get sick of watching the same movies over and over again. Apparently they've noticed that, like, a lot of superhero movies are, like, getting a bit dropped in interest. Like, people are like, I'm not interested in watching another superhero movie. I had a reason I didn't want to see it, but I can't remember what it was, not the casting. Mentally insane, yeah, considering how early in the morning it is for you, Mimi. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the live-action things. I mean, the fact that nobody wants to talk about the... Well, I've heard some people say the good things about the Lion King movie. There was another Disney live-action movie, but I believe it doesn't exist. We don't talk about it. Anyone see the JoJo live action? There's a JoJo live action? That I didn't know. I don't even know how you would even do a JoJo live action. JoJo is about being as off the walls as possible. I don't even think it'd suit a live action. But yeah, that's the current state of movies. They're either like, people are bored of them, or like, there's some really good hits out there. It's weird. It's like 10 out of 10 or 1 out of 10 sort of scaling. There's no like, you know, there's no like in between like, oh, that was okay. Some of them people are just like, nope, I wasted money there. He was the biggest JoJo fan possible to manage, couldn't even finish it. Like, ugh. Like, I can imagine. JoJo, yeah, JoJo's all known for their stupidly over-the-top poses, flashy action, and stuff like that. And also, let's just be real. A lot of live-action readaptations of, like, movies don't work. Like, even from, like, anime to movie, video game to movie, a lot of them don't work. How would you resume all part 4 with only an hour and a half? Exactly, that's another thing too. Squeezing an entire, like, anime-related, like, topic into, like, a movie form doesn't really work unless it's a one-off story. Like Pokemon. Pokemon is, like, a massive long-running anime, but the movies are their own entities, sort of thing. Like, they're just, like, they're one-off things. So it works, at least. If they're telling a whole different story. Squeezing, like, actual important plot into, like, a movie length does not work. I've lost count on these, didn't I? So that was 70, 80, 85, 90, 95, 300. JoJo is so special in its artwork as well. Yeah. Half the movie's one character. Oof. There's one thing I do remember. There was a movie that was done. It was for the Lupin series, I think. They did a movie, not too recently, but recently enough. And they used 3D CGI, compared to, like, obviously the Lupin series is known to be done in just 2D animation. And the fact that they did it in, like, a 3D form and it looks good, like, I remember seeing, like, I think I saw a single scene in that movie. It was somebody was like, here's a clip of a action scene of, like, one of the main characters maneuvering around a trapped room, you know, like a rigged trapped room. And it was all done just in this one, like, 3-minute clip. And I was like, damn, this looks gorgeous compared to some of the stuff that you would normally see. Because I hadn't heard that it was like a 2D animation reimagined as 3D. And I was like, dang, this looks good. Like, the characters aren't realistic, they're more their cartoon-like. They look a lot like their cartoon-ish selves. But it just looked so nice. And because it's, like, obviously still in a more comic book style, they can do all the wacky, nonsensical stuff that you could definitely not do in real life action. So if we had more of movies like that, I think it'd be better, to be honest. Here's an anime you probably never heard of, Oben Star Riders. Yes, that's true, I have not heard of that. I love JoJo's art style, it's really special in the original. Yeah. Some artists have, like, really unique artwork. That's how you remember them. If they're, like, got unique art styles. Or, you know, something. You know, I'd love a live-action Princess and the Frog, but, like, Who Framed Roger Rabbit with the half cartoon animation, half live-action thing. Yeah, man, that's an old movie, ain't it? But, like, that's another, interesting concept, having, like, realistic people with cartoon characters. Sure, a part of it is a little outdated, but, like, it's a cool premise. They tried to do it, I think? With that other movie, what was it, Chippendale? They did one where they had, like, half realistic, half live action, but it was more like CG and 2D animation. I thought that was an interesting premise, but, like, from what I heard, the movie's just a, it's okay sort of thing. So, like, I was like, alright. But I'd heard also things about, like, how the movie stole fan art for, like, some of their assets, which is not good. But I don't know if it was a rumor or if it was confirmed true. But, yeah. Oh, and they brought Ugly Sonic back, so I don't know why you brought that thing out from the depths of hell. There was a reason a lot of people, like, shoved that thing out of this world. Yeah, that was just as I was saying, RPG. There's a reason they got rid of that thing. Remember how people were rioting about Ugly Sonic? There's a reason for that. We didn't need to see him again. Who Framed Roger Rabbit was one of my favorite movies growing up. I never really got to watch Who Framed Roger Rabbit when I was growing up. I think I was still a bit too young. But I'd heard about it. So, no, we did not. That's another thing I guess we should casually consider. The Sonic movie is going to get a third one, isn't it? So I wonder how they're going to do. It's free on YouTube. Maybe I should give it a look-see at some point. Yeah, Ugly Sonic was something. Yeah, it was certainly something. Ugh, I still can't get over that they thought that Sonic looked good with hyper-realistic human-like teeth. Yeah, the third one with Shadow that they dropped near the end and everyone freaked out about it. They're like, oh my god! But yeah, it's crazy that the Sonic movie has three entries. And, like, they're not bad. I haven't watched any of them, but they did pretty well. And this is considering how awful the track record is for video game adaptations into movies. Like, we've had some pretty good ones of recent. Obviously, the Sonic ones Detective Pikachu was a really great movie. I enjoyed it, for sure, being a Pokemon fan and just someone who played Detective Pikachu. I'm so finally glad that we're finally getting the sequel. It only took 5 years or something for the sequel to come out. And, the Mario movie was quite nice, too. And I'm actually glad the Mario movie went, like, stuck with the thing about, keeping it all CG. It works well. Well, you just talked about it. The game. Yeah, there's another Detective Pikachu game on the Switch. There was a Nintendo Direct recently that had it. I pre-ordered that bad boy several years ago. So, that's why I was like, ah, it's finally happening. You took your time. Mr. Mime was great. Yeah, it was such a great bit. They should have seen people grill the first try at the Joker in Mortal Kombat 11. I think I did see about Joker being there, huh? Universal's gonna make a Zelda movie. I have heard of this rumor, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's kind of funny because I know some people are like, oh, they can't use that because it would be too cartoony. It'll be too ridiculous, and then I think about it and I'm like, is the Zelda series incredibly serious? Let's just ask ourselves this question, you know? Like, let's just be realistic. Yes, there is a decently serious plotline, usually at the heart of Zelda games. But then you take a look to the left and you got ridiculous stuff like some of the side quest characters, some of the absurd stuff Link gets himself into, Tingle as well is a thing. Like, the games aren't terribly serious. Let's just look at Tears of the Kingdom. Super serious storyline, but every time you hear about on Twitter, it's people making Beyblades out of, like, Zonai devices. Yeah, Twilight Princess. I have heard the thing of people saying Twilight Princess is a hyper-serious game, but Twilight Princess also had, like, a Yeti push Link out of the way, and you got the piece of heart from a bunch of hearts that fell out of them. You have Link looking at Okus and being like, what on earth is this? You play a fruit balloon minigame at some point. And then the entirety of, like, when you fix up Mellow Mart. Guys, the premise of Mellow Mart is just wild if you think about it too hard. Like, this kid is only, what, 8 years old, and he manipulates an entire market system and just casually takes over an entire business at the ripe old age of 8? Like, what? Yeah, it has serious tones. But, like... But, yeah, as Worm says, it's a ridiculous game in the best way. It's a great game, I won't deny. It's my dad's favorite Zelda entry. He hasn't tried Tears of the Kingdom yet, so I don't know if that will change, but he did say that that was his favorite game so far. And I really wish it could come to the Switch. I could stream it. I'd love to stream Twilight Princess. It's like one of the few Zelda games without stealth. Yeah, subvert capitalism, support Mellow Mart, yeah. And then you had the whole thing with Agatha, where you gotta collect bugs. Link willingly putting bugs in his pocket to give it to a weird girl who believes she's a princess of the Bug Kingdom. It had some small goofy moments, yeah. Though, I won't change your mind that Twilight Princess is a masterpiece, but it will never take the place of, like, Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask will always be my favorite Zelda game. It just holds me in such a grip. Imagine a voiced Midna. That's another thing I would find interesting of how they would do voiced characters like that. Like Midna, Fi, even like... What? Even the fairies don't really have much of a voice. Like, they're at least leaning a little bit more into voice acting when you've taken a look at, like, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But, like, it's still a little limited at the moment. But yeah, partner characters haven't had, like, voices yet. See the fan animation for a more realistic Majora's Mask? I have. It hurt. Because I know it wasn't going to happen. We're not going to get a remake of Majora's Mask at a higher def. It made me so sad that the 3DS Majora's Mask was fun. I enjoyed it. But, like, there were parts where I'm like, why did you take some of these things out? Like Zora's swimming. I still don't like how they messed up Zora's swimming and the Deku spin in the 3DS version. The Pose side quest. They can go far away. Like Midna's weird language. I believe Midna's weird language, I think somebody explained how it's made. I think it is, parts of it is Japanese and then it's just muddled. In a way, and high-pitched. I believe that's how they made it. It sort of reminds me of how in the original Monster Hunter games, like, before they made it into, like, World, and they actually started voice acting in Monster Hunter, they had a Wyverian language, so a lot of the songs that had, like, actual singers in it were singing in a made-up language. A lot of the actual bosses have, like, a made-up Wyverian language, which is cool. The Wyverian language, apparently, it's, they get the lyrics, and then they convert it, I believe they convert it into French, and then take the converted French version and convert it back into Japanese or something like that. It's like some weird Google Translate thing where they translate it multiple times until it comes up with this muddled language, and then they sing it. Really interesting. You can set the Wyverian language in the world. Yeah, I did, but I wanted to enjoy the English. I think when I did it, because it was so new to me. I was like, oh man, English, because like me and my dad started Monster Hunter in Try, so like it was certainly interesting. Alrighty, is our sandwich still active? No, I'll just go eat an ice cream to get level 1, and we'll get the rest of these eggs done. I like hard games, but like not super serious in the inside, even though it's supposed to be serious. Dead Cells is a perfect example. I think I know another example. Metal Gear. Like, Metal Gear I've seen on the outside where it's like the actual story, like the whole plot of Metal Gear games, is like super, super serious. But then all of a sudden it's like the most goofiest stuff you have to do in playing. Okay, I'm gonna get some sleep. No worries, RPG. We're probably gonna just hatch these last few eggs and call it a day as well. But thank you so much for dropping by and just chatting away with us. We've talked about Monster Hunter. I think I can't remember. Yeah, we've talked about Monster Hunter from time to time because I've been considering streaming it. I wanted to stream Rise because I'd love to stream World, but I'd have to get the PC version, to be honest. Because I can't haul my PlayStation up here in my room. I wish I could, but I can't. No problem. Anytime. RPG out. See ya, RPG. Have a good night's sleep. You have it on PlayStation? Yeah, I do have World. Monster Hunter World is much better than Rise. I think my dad agrees too with that. But I still definitely enjoyed Monster Hunter Rise and Sunbreak. There might have been some bias with Rise. My favorite monsters are in those games, so there's a slight bias there. So, you know, we could play together. Yeah, that's the thing I've been considering is like, if I do stream like Monster Hunter Rise or Monster Hunter World, regardless which Monster Hunter I eventually stream, I will say most likely it'll be Rise because it is on the Switch and my Switch is hooked up to the capture card so you guys can see what I'm doing during streams. I was considering that I would like open up a lobby for anybody who's interested in hunting alongside for the multiplayer things to do so. But I also wanted to wait until like Rise was completely finished. Because obviously Sunbreak was an expansion pack onto Rise, and they only just released the last monster, and they're just wrapping up. So yeah, I wanted to wait until then before I decided to like do any Monster Hunter stuff, because the last thing I wanted to do was like be playing Rise and then have to stop for like a couple of months just to wait for like a new monster or new event quests to drop before like doing it. Haven't finished Rise. That's fine. Technically, me and my dad haven't finished Rise either because we still got a couple of event quests to get done. Some of them are a bit more on the harder side. Rise was more like classic Monster Hunter, World was a great step in the right direction. Agreed, definitely. I think World definitely put Monster Hunter in a more like... Also put it more into a casual playthrough for them. I'm not saying that it's become casual or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, some of the original, like, older Monster Hunter games are very hard to get into. Like, when me and my dad first played Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, I tried the demo and I got smashed. And I was like, is this how hard the game's gonna be? Like, I couldn't win against one enemy in that game. I was like, how am I going to play this game if I can barely beat the demo? No, don't worry. Turns out the demo is made harder on purpose. So, yeah. And then eventually we got into the series through there. And though we used to suck. Oh boy, did we used to suck in the old days. It took us almost 50 minutes just to kill some monsters because we were just so paranoid of getting, like, one-shotted. But nowadays, we can finish missions a lot better. We kind of have to because some of the harder missions are impossible. Don't know why it didn't hit me as hard as World. Barely gotten anything done gear-wise. That's fine. If I do stream Rise, I most likely will be starting from a new file, so... But yeah, World was definitely allowed for a lot of newcomers to actually get into the game and play it. Rise had such a grueling... Yeah, unfortunately that was probably the a negative to Rise, was that near the end, a lot like the anomaly stuff in Sunbreak, as well as just like a lot of the monsters, was very grindy. But here's a funny fact. Me and my dad never finished Iceborne. Technically. We got through everything in Iceborne except for the final super boss in that game. We just weren't able to beat it. So there's your fun fact of the day of me in World, at least. Though it'd be interesting going back to World for me because I've changed my weapon type from World to Rise. Well, I'll go back to sleep too. No worries, Mimikyu. Thank you so much for dropping by. And hope we'll get to chat sometime soon. You also have a good night as well. Oh my god. I just read the last part of that sentence and I was taught hunting horn by a friend who told me the buttons, gave me the basics, dragged you into an arena with Garuga of all monsters. Love you guys. See you next time. See ya, Mimikyu. Your friend is a dick, let's be real. Garuga is not easy monster. Garuga is like the satanic child of a Rathian and a Kutku. That stuff is tough. Like, in the original games, like the earlier games, me and my dad, I think when we first played, like, Garuga showed up, I think, in Monster Hunter 4, and we had very limited knowledge on Monster Hunter still, coming off of 3. And the name is the same as Kutku, and we'd fought in Kutku a couple of times, so we were like, Yan Garuga. Oh, I guess it's like similar to a Kutku. Boy, were we wrong. We were so wrong. It's not my main either. Yeah, I can... oh, it's now my main. It's two very different sentences there. I think my dad was also a hunting horn main for a little while. But actually, the funny thing is my dad's now like this super, like, generalist. He in World, he actually played through the entirety of World with every single weapon type. Only up until like the final boss of World. He didn't go to Iceborne or anything like that. So he ended up just learning every single weapon type. But he currently mains Lance in Rise and Iceborne. I remember giving the controller to my sister when battling the first boss in Sonic Frontiers. I'm such a good brother. She was 5. No! Mimikyu, you can't do that. Also, you need to go sleep. Great sword, light bowgun, hunting horn, and light gun. What? No, wait. And a light gun lance? Oh, yeah, you do a little bit of gun lance. What a chad. Go to sleep, Mimikyu. I understand you really want to enjoy the conversation, but you need to sleep, please. very early in the morning for you. Get a little bit of Z's before your day starts. Only kind of good at gun lance. Yeah, for me, lance and gun lance are just out of the question for me. That's just not my playstyle. I used to main... I think when I first started playing Monster Hunter way back in the day, I mained hammer, and on the side had a little bit of like dual blade. And then when 4 came in, I started using insect glaive because that was the new thing. And then I used the insect glaive through the entirety of World. And then in Rise, when I was starting Rise, I was like, ugh, insect glaive's kind of hard to hit the smaller monsters. I'll use a different weapon. So I switched back to dual blades, and now I'm just using dual blades exclusively. When I first started, I used the switch axe, then the bow yearns for me. I wanted to learn bow, but it never clicked with me, unfortunately. I wish it did, but yeah. I'm using Insect Glaive on Reaper because it's so much fun. Yeah, and the Kinsect is very cool. I love the Kinsect. It's cute. Some of the Kinsects are very cute, and some of them are very cool looking. But, I think that's off the top of my head. My dad also, I think he mained Greatsword. So, he used to use Greatsword. I think he then moved to Hunting Horn. And then he's moved to Lance. I think that's what he currently sticks around. No, he doesn't use Lance. He uses Gun Lance. Sorry. Because I remember the explodey bit. I was mentioning he was a Lance main. He can use Lance, but I think he uses Gun Lance. Bow is definitely a struggle with stamina sometimes. No, don't you worry. Being a dual blade user, I know exactly the struggle with stamina. There are so many times where I'm just like, no, and just get whacked. The ran out of stamina. Unga Bunga, my first child. Yes. I used to be the Unga Bunga with the hammer back in the day. There's something satisfying about just breaking pieces off the head of a monster or stunning them. I do miss that I haven't used hammer for a while. I wish I could go back to it and learn it again, but yeah. I think I'm now sticking with more lighter weapons. For me and my dad, our combination's quite interesting, because for me, I run para dual blades, which aren't strong in terms of attack power, but they do inflict paralysis, and that gives me and my dad time to like go in and do a lot of damage. So he's more damage output. Problem is that because I'm hitting a lot more, because dual blades hit multiple times, oftentimes I'm the one who gets targeted and I have to run away. Greatsword is in my heart as my very first main that carried me up through the game up until Iceborne. Yeah. Just there's something great about Monster Hunter weapons. Just big ass sword, hammer, guns. I used to use a heavy bowgun, I think, a little bit too, in a secondary file. I had a secondary file in World, and in that one I ran dual blades and heavy bowgun, which my dad never understood. He was like, "How do you use heavy bowgun?" He's like, "I didn't enjoy that one at all." He actually preferred light bowgun. I think he used light bowgun for a little while. But yeah, I preferred using heavy bowgun because it has a shield. Bowguns are fun with all the ammo types. Yeah, it's very fun to mix and match some crazy combinations. Almost there, guys. Just 2.5 rows to go. My main account had close to 1,000 hours. Yeah, I can imagine. You can sink so much time into World. And then Iceborne just brought in some more monsters, which was great as well. There's something fun about just punching monsters and just having no idea if you're going to win or not. And then when you see that quest complete screen, oh, so magical. Also, it was fun when we went into World. By that time we got into World, we'd been more veterans at the game. So we'd played like 3 other of the previous games. So we knew a lot of the old monsters. So when they started introducing like some of the old monsters into the new world, there was something just so magically fun to watch all the newbies not understand the dangers that were coming into the game. If you ever want to play, let me know which power level you want. Nice, no worries. Probably if I am going to stream, I probably won't want somebody who can just walk in and one-shot the monster. Not very fun gameplay. But, ah, man, back in the day when, like, things like Devil Joe showed up, and everyone was excited for that, and then, God, I still remember the day when, like, Rajang showed up, and some people didn't understand what was so terrifying of a monkey that was half the size of, like, the roster. God, Rajang used to haunt my dreams. Back in the day. Monkey, yeah. I will tell you, Rajang is the only monster that has gotten a triple cart on me. In, like, the old games. It's a bit of a funny story now that I think about it at this time in day, but, like, it was rough back in the day. So, this was Monster Hunter 4. And we were tasked to fight a Furious Rajang or something like that, or some sort of Rajang in G rank. Which G rank is like the master rank in the more recent games. And I already hated Rajang because of just how like offensive it was in terms of like its attack. It was just always attacking constantly. And Insect Glaive is not good against Rajang, like at all. He just swats you out of the air, and it just completely trivializes Insect Glaive, which I was a main for that particular weapon at the time. And I got carted at some point, and I was like, oh my god, that sucks. So, you know, have to get all your stats back. In the old games, they really punished you for not having the right stuff. And I got all my stats back, and I decided to take a secret entrance to get back into the room that he was in. And the secret entrance basically allows you to shortcut to a different room. I think it was in the Primal Forest. And it drops you from the ceiling. I have no idea how he knew, but he knew I was dropping from the ceiling. He looked up and laser beamed me as I was coming down, and I lost half my HP falling after getting shot, and then he just punched me when I hit the ground. So that was my second cart, and then a third one happened like maybe 5 minutes later. That was, I think, the first time that I legitimately rage quitted on Monster Hunter. I was like, I looked at my dad and I said, nope, not doing this, and I like logged off the game, closed the DS, and we're like, that's it, I'm done for today. I was just so infuriated and, like, baffled by how that series of events happened within less than 15 minutes. Just... It took a long time to recover after that. I think it took me, like, a month before I recovered and actually can fight Rajang now. Still don't like it. There are times where I'm just, like, panicking constantly about Rajang, but, like, at least I can deal with him. My proudest moment was hunting a gold-crowned Valhazak with another person who left, but I still killed it and severed the tail despite the scaling. Yeah, I believe it's like, it doesn't reset when you... I don't remember if it does reset. I don't think it does when you do that. It's still pretty impressive. Oh, and like, that's another thing that sucks about, like... It's like the achievements, like those poor people who, like, try to, like, get the gold and small crowns of every monster. I still feel bad for that one dude who killed like 200 of a certain monster and didn't get a single crown of either kind. You're just like... I think it was, yeah, he was killing... he was hunting Diablos or something like that, or Black Diablos in World. And boy killed 200 of them and didn't get a crown from that. Like, that's super unlucky. Oh, it was the... AT-12. Arc-Tempered, isn't it? That's what it was called. It's been a while since I played World, so... It was Tempered and Arc-Tempered. I was in Endemic Life Hunter. Oh my god, I loved Endemic Life. I miss them. That's the one thing I miss about in Rise, is not having Endemic Life. I do love the Palamute. I do like the Kahoot. Because it's an owl and a dog. And, you know, dog. Dog is dog. And very good boy. But, like, I used to hunt the heck out of Endemic Life. I used to try and get all those rare Endemic Lives and stuff like that. And then all the rooms, you can customize the rooms to have all the stuff, especially in Iceborne. I'm so glad Iceborne exists because of the room. One of the biggest things I liked about it was that room. Finally had the aquarium that I lost going up into the big room. Has someone told Cress about Cahoots? I think I did. I did tell Cress about the Cahoots. And how there's a snowy owl... I don't know if I told him about the snowy owl Kahoot that's up at the top of Sunbreak's main hub. They're very cute. There's a baby one up there. It's very cute. You can feed it and give it love. I think it's also like tied to achievement to like make it super friendly with you. But like, I think one of my biggest like gripes about like one of the rooms in World was that it traded the aquarium for like a pond, and they're like, it's pretty, and I'm like, yeah, it is, but I can't see the fish. The fish are like under the water. I want to see the fish like catch. I worked hard to get some of these. And I love fish. I love aquariums. Obsessed with them. Love the typewriter. Yeah, I had the typewriter in my room too, because so I could save. So good. And I had the little the food on the table and stuff like that. Oh man. Getting all the rare mottons. Rare like endemic life was so great as well. And they also had you could catch like when they had the Final Fantasy and the Witcher event, you could catch like creatures from those realms too, so that was cool. Oh, and I remember my dad bragging about being able to catch the downy crake for like ages. I couldn't find one for like the longest time. I could find the bristly crake, but I could never find the downy crake. Anyways, that is all the Rowlets. I haven't caught my jelly. You honestly should. There's a giant nettle up at the top of the Iceborne area that just floats there at a certain time of day. Oh, so great. And all the floating jellyfish in the coral highlands. Man, I miss a lot in Iceborne. One day, I hope if they do make when they do make a new Monster Hunter game, is that they bring back endemic life. I'm such a sucker for that sort of stuff. But anyways, I think that is where we're going to call it. We got all the Rowlet eggs hatched, I should say. And we did get the green boy, which, if it loads, here we go. There he is. Sassy nature. Oh, with 4 good stats too, which is pretty nice. We got our Delphox done, and I'll send the Delphox, the Fennekin. I'll quickly go over here. So we got like all 3 here, all done. Got yours right here, Worm. So I will send that over to home. If I assume you have a home account. If you do, just take the home friend code down here and just send me a friend invite if you haven't done that already. And I'll send the Fennekin over there at some point. Probably not straight away because I need to do stuff. Gotta get ready for like later. But yeah, I'll send that Fennekin over when I got the chance. So we got the raid done, got 3 shinies, got the Delphox. So I'd say today was a very successful stream, we'll say. Let's see if there's anybody I knew who might be streaming. If not, that's totally fine. There's a couple of people streaming, but I'm not sure anyone I can send it to. But that's okay. I have to get going. I've got stuff to do today. Got a cake to bake. If you're part of the Alchemist Discord, you will definitely see that cake show up on the food channel there. But yeah. I guess until next time, which will be Monday, where we will be continuing Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. And we'll be hopefully completing the DLC, because we got about 50% the way through. So hopefully we'll be able to complete the DLC for that. And then there'll be more Dragon Quest on Wednesday. And I guess on the weekend there will be more Dynamax raids, so that we can finish the Dynamax raids in preparation for Legends Arceus at some point. But yeah, pretty solid streaming thing if everything goes well. And thank you all for dropping by. So, until next time, guys, take care, everybody.